32 teams entered the Blast Bounty, desperately battling to claim their spot on land. That 32 down to just 16, 16 down to 8. Those 8 joining us here in Malta to whittle that number down to just 4.
At every single round, the bounty hunters attempted to claw down Counter-Strike's most wanted, but for the most part, to no avail. This season, Mike, it's been all about the big names.
The biggest of those names, though, our top seeds in Vitality and Mouz could not live to see the final day. Instead, they'll have to watch as our 2 finalists vie to claim this Blast Bounty trophy.
For Team Spirit, it would not only mean back-to-back trophies, not only affirm that their first roster move was indeed the right call, but also prove that any rumors of a second is not enough to shake Spirit's insatiable hunger for victory.
For the Mongols, it would announce their arrival at the top of Counter-Strike, show that Austin was no fluke, and that this young team from a far-flung region too long forgotten is here not just to participate, but to triumph. All that remains is to see which team is going to claim this trophy.
This is the culmination of the Blast Bounty, and this is what every single team has been fighting for. Myself, Ferris Beers, ZywOo, and Maui are going to be joining you guys to find out who is going to be taking home the trophy tonight. I don't know about you, Maui, but there's just something about waking up on Championship Sunday just gets me going differently.
I mean, can you even name a better Sunday? I'm so glad that we're blessed in Counter-Strike to have so many championship Sundays, and I hope that this one delivers like so many before it.
It's going to deliver. It's going to deliver. There's no possibility that this doesn't deliver.
That's the ZywOo guarantee.
You've dressed for the occasion as well. Like you're looking very smart.
I don't know if I've seen you in a blazer before.
Yeah.
I tried my best. I think I wore one that was way too large last time.
Frequently happens for the first time, yeah.
We're going to be diving into a lot of stuff in this pre-show today, but I think we should start by kind of looking at the outward picture a little bit, because Maui, there's obviously been massive update coming into. I say massive. There's been an update to the CT side coming into the start of the season. Maybe for the viewers at home that aren't so familiar, can you give a kind of a brief TLDR of what was changed in that mix?
Sure, let's dive into it. I feel like the implications of the latest Valve update have been felt. They've reverberated through. We've seen that Valve added a $50 kill reward bonus for every kill that the CTs get, but it's spread across all of the players that are on the defensive side. So we're just seeing a lot more money into the pockets of those defenders.
Yeah, they had the incendiary buff as well. That was maybe a slight increase. Then you had the MP9 slight nerf. But really what we're seeing is the impacts of this change, which is that the CT sides are dominant. The CT sides are more dominant than you could ever possibly imagine for a $50 kill reward bonus. I guess it's actually $250 though, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting all that max out, right? Before we dive into how exactly that has changed, when you guys saw this update announced, what did you make of it? Did you think there was going to be a massive shift in the CT meta?
I made a video immediately that was just CT side is saved. Day one, I played with it. I felt, oh my gosh, you are buying better rifles, more utility, quicker on the CT side, and you're also padding your lead. When you're when you're advantage, when you're winning a couple rounds in a row, streaking them, then you get such a buff in terms of what you're able to buy later in the half. If you lose one round, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. The reset doesn't hit quite as hard.
The problem that you've generally had is that you lose pistol round as a CT, the Ts have a better buy. But now you can lose pistol round, you get 2 or 3 or 4 kills, and then all of a sudden you have a decent buy as the CTs, you can get something done, and you don't have this problem where the Ts, despite forcing on round 2, have better buys, but you also build the economy throughout the half. It's not getting chipped down with these terrible Mac 10, Galil, Tech 9 forces that we see all the time. You're not getting chipped down and then just losing rounds because you have no guns.
Well, we've seen a lot of teams feeling the wrath of this update, so let's check in with Apex to see what he's thinking of this most recent change.
I'm curious to get your thoughts overall. We've seen the effect of the new CT economy. It feels like we're getting a lot of CT rounds statistically, both here in Bounty and at Cologne. Do you think it swung a little bit too far to the defense? How do you feel about the changes?
I think changes are always good, and it's what we need in the game, like having small changes that balance the game. The game was a bit multi-side, now it's a bit more CT-side. So we will need to find ways to get better on T-side now, and I think that's what makes CS really, really fun to play, is that it's always changed, even though people think that it never changed because it's the same map sort of again, but like the small details change. So those things, for example, why we will with a small update, we changed from having team maps to city maps. So yeah, I think it's fun, and I just we'll see how it goes in the next few weeks, month, if it gonna get more balance or not.
Some small details amounting to some massive changes. Tell me the story of some of these numbers we see on the screen.
I mean, this has just swung so far in the other direction. Before the update, it felt like, or I feel like it was 5, maybe 6 of the maps were actually lightly T-sided, with a couple actually being very lopsided towards the T-side. Now we're getting at the Blast Bounty playoffs, 6 of the 7 maps are quite CT-sided, and to the point where the discussion has actually gone to say that this is too imbalanced, it's too CT-sided. For one, I like it. I like when we have a CT-focused meta, one where the defense does have the advantage, because it forces teams now on the offense to really have good strategies. Good. If you're not putting together a layered default, one with good map control, then you're not being rewarded, okay? We're not seeing these scrappy buys, we're winning nearly as much. If you have a bad idea, it does not go unpunished.
I mean, I was talking about this for the majority of CS2. The MP9 has been completely broken, but nobody tell Valve, because it was the only thing saving the CT economy, saving the CTs from having just get completely run over. You had Anubis in the map pool. Every map was looking T-sided for quite a while. This is the type of change. Look, maybe it's overdone, you could argue, at least based on these win rates, which I think should adjust back. But at the same time, it's been too long since we had a CT-sided meta, which is the way the game is created. The CTs should have an advantage on the maps. The Ts can kind of slowly chip away at their economy. They can get the bomb plants, they can get kills, they can slowly get their way back into a half. When an economy is T-sided, when a game is T-sided, it just feels too swingy. It's too easy.
And I was talking to Thorin just the other day about this, okay? And he was working all the majors back in 2014, and Launders has cited that 2014 era being too CT-sided, but when talking to Thorin, the esports historian, he said nobody was complaining about that kind of stuff. It just was the fact of the matter that you had to work very hard to make sure that you breach those kinds of defenses, that if you assemble a good crossfire, it shouldn't feel as bad as it did early on in CS2. Now that things feel right, it feels like you really just have to earn these kinds of moments. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of CT side comebacks, but that's what makes it even more exciting when you get that singular big clutch on that T side, when you get that great, well put together strategy, instead of just seeing what we had been for the first 2 years of CS2, which is just run at them over and over again. Galil's, Tech-9s, doesn't matter, throw a couple flashes. Now you have to really split these bomb sites very well, and that's why it's been so rewarding to see some of these great calls from people like Blitz, from people like Chopper in the tail ends of an offense.
I totally agree with you, because like 2 of the most exciting and interesting maps we've seen, obviously the one cited here on screen, Mongolz versus Vitality yesterday on Inferno, but also the Aurora series too. That was just some mind-boggling Counter-Strike going down, and it's massively down to the CT meta.
I'm willing to accept that when one team just dominates one half and the other team dominates the other half, that can be a little bit boring at times, especially if you expect to see it coming, you know it's actually going to happen. And maybe we're looking at this event, the CT side has been a little bit too strong, but it has made for some extremely close and important clutches. We saw the ZywOo clutch yesterday that was just such a pivotal clutch on a potential comeback. I don't think it's going to stay this CT-sided, though. I think it's going to come back a little bit down. Teams are going to realize, as you're saying, you need to have better executes. You can't go for these kind of half-baked force buys. You can't chip away at the economy the same way. You have to actually play coordinated CS. I think that's good for the game.
I don't want to see teams anymore just buying 2 hero rifles, 1 smoke, 1 flash, and just doing the most basic strategy ever. I want to see people actually save and just realize, okay, they got to bite the bullet, say, doesn't really matter about the economic damage anymore. We just need to make sure we have 5 rifles, because when we switch to overtime, Ts are winning pretty well. They're winning one round. We're not seeing these CT blowouts over and over again once it hits OT. It's just that so frequently when we're watching these regulation matches, I think teams are a little bit lazy right now, where they're just thinking, yeah, if we just scrap together a buy, we'll break their economy eventually. It's not that easy to break econ anymore.
You've somewhat answered my follow-up question, but it doesn't sound like you guys then want any changes to be made in-game. This is all about teams adapting to the meta in front of them.
Give it a little bit more time. I think Valve has done a good job in their history. Give it plenty of time, make a small tweak. $50 kill reward doesn't seem like a whole lot. It's such a small tweak. It makes a big difference. Let it adjust, let the meta adjust, and then move back. Think about it in a month or 2.
We've seen that the amount of money that the teams also get from these reward bonuses kind of scales to around 2,000 to 2,200 per person for an entire half. That to me is it's a nice little boat boost. It's a nice little bonus, but it doesn't feel groundbreaking just yet. I mean,
Yeah.
what's that? A couple, 10 more flashes per person per half. And what I'm seeing and liking more out of it is that there's more support utility. There's more plays being drawn up by the CTs. They're getting a little bit more aggressive because they have that extra flash to push down ramp on Ancient. I like that they're getting in the faces of the Ts more instead of just playing on their heels and saying, "Oh God, do we just gamble now?" And I'd rather them take the onus, take the fight to them.
Talking about getting in the face of your opponent, we've got some takeaways in terms of some of the interesting matches we saw go down throughout the duration of the past 2 weeks. G2 massively stands out because they were one of the only teams that just straight up had the balls to be picking into a really formidable force that we see in this grand final, G2 versus Spirit. What was your takeaway from that matchup?
I mean, that's why G2 has a lot of fans. They make plays like that, they make picks like that, they do confidence things like that. And when it comes to G2, keep in mind, they lost Monacy and Nico. It was one of the biggest, all-time biggest fumbles from an org, but they made a couple of smart gambles. They got Heavy God since then. They've got Mongolz, obviously, beforehand. They've picked up Matisse. They've got lots of things going for them. I think Hunter as an IGL could work out. I really like the way the team is playing, especially Maui Snakes mentioned it a few times. The best move of the offseason, picking up Saw. That's one of the best moves of the offseason because it puts their T-sides together. They still have to figure out Sun Pius. I think he's a bit of a weak spot. He has to hit his level. We still have the question mark with Hunter's IGLing, but I really like what we saw from G2 against Namiga and what we saw from G2 against Spirit in the game as well as the pick.
A lot of people were really saying some hurtful words to Petsa, the GM of G2, for quite some time as well. How'd you let this guy go away? How'd you let that guy? Why'd you sign that guy? Maybe I was one of them at times, but I'm liking what I'm getting from this G2 here. I really like the Saw move. I think Sun Pius will eventually get things together, and Hunter needed to become an IGL by now. He was too frequently calling. If you're calling the CT sides already and the pistols for both half, aren't you calling 2/3 of the game already? Just take that last step.
I love this next point, Maui, because we finally get something positive to say about Team Liquid. Sure, you look at the context, it's a loss, but it's a very close loss versus Vitality.
It's an eye test win despite the results loss. Those are the kinds of Pyrrhic losses, I suppose, that actually work. They make sense for me in some way, okay?
Yeah.
I like that Liquid is delving more deeply into their strat book. Some of the ways that they were dispatching of Vitality, especially on Nuke, it actually gave me a little bit of pride. I was actually getting kind of excited for this team. I haven't been excited for Liquid for a very long time, but I actually saw that and I was thinking, they can win this. And it felt like they could win this. They had a match, I think they had a map point, at least on Nuke. And honestly, Shuhei, it feels like he's been done dirty because so many of the players that are on his team, Naf's not performing the way he was before. Nertz isn't performing the way he was before, but it finally felt like they were activated. And I feel like Flashy's inclusion to this roster has to be the biggest difference maker. To come from the school of Blade on Na'Vi to now bring a modernized strat book to the table, it's giving Shuhei the tactics to enable all of his players.
I think the key is that they actually look like a team. When you saw Twist leading this team, they looked like a group of players that had pretty good round opens, a few good finishes, a few good mid rounds, but they weren't a team. They didn't work together very effectively. Now they're actually working together like a team, but in true Liquid fashion, they nearly get a map off of Vitality and then Vitality goes and loses and everyone questions, was that really Liquid or was that Vitality? And I think I'm still happy with Liquid, but they need to prove it in their next matchup.
Well, let's check in with what happened yesterday. We can bring up the schedule of our semifinals that did indeed go down on Saturday. Two quite close affairs when we're looking at this, Mouz versus Spirit, Mongolz versus Vitality. We're going to be recapping them after this short break.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600 Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time. So let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set, and then color settings. I never change the brightness and the contrast. Keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colorful. So sometimes even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same. And then for the monitor settings, Like I say, the brightness is like, I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter 0 and then the color 5000 and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well to like 60. And then the gamma, I think is 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1. And then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, I think I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2. 400
DPI?
400 DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3. 1280, 960.
Classic.
Feels good even though it's fast. Always stretch, sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp and I don't know, like for me just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just try and get the most, especially when you're using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like
shadows,
in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1280, 960 yesterday.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzy, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
The Final Four took to this very stage yesterday, half of which were unfortunately sent packing. Let's talk about our first semi-final that went down on this very stage. That was Mouz taking on Spirit, which, if I'm going to be real, Maui, I thought that was going to be a more competitive affair. I thought we were almost guaranteed 3 maps. Then the Mouz collapse happened.
You'd think Mouz want a taste of revenge. Unfortunately, to me, this looked even worse than the Cologne Grand Finals.
Oh.
I couldn't really stand to see how they fell apart in Map 2. Map 1 was a close affair. It kind of baited us into thinking, okay, this has got some juice to it, but in reality, it was Spirit just taking the wheel and never letting go.
Yeah, the one player I have to point out is Jimmy. Not that he's the worst player on the team, not that he's the only reason they're having problems. I think there was a lot of issues, but the reality is 2024, Jimmy was one of the breakout players of the year. He's one of the most interesting players, best anchors out there. You come into 2025, he's having a bit of a downswing, and that downswing has continued. And when we look at that series, there were several times, I think he activated in the first map in overtime, but in regulation, he really struggled. You go into the second map, he really struggles again, and he's been a target for Spirit. In the Cologne Grand Finals, they attacked his site over and over and over, and he just faltered, he fell. And we need to see more from Jimmy if we want a Mouz that can elevate themselves from 3rd best in the world right now, maybe arguably 4th.
And it's such a shame, right? Particularly when we're looking at Jimmy and his performance and kind of the rocky road he's been on this year, because we were talking about it. Last year was incredible for him in terms of like just his role as well. He was one of the best in all of Counter-Strike to be doing it.
In terms of production versus resources that he's given, he was near the top of the list. I mean, very rarely is he set up to actually have the success that he had last year. He's doing so much with so few resources, sometimes just isolated on the other side of the map, gets 2 kills, changes the face of a round entirely. He was their lifesaver in a lot of ways, but this time around, he's unfortunately causing them to sink more than swim.
Speaking of changing face, the Mongolz finally able to take down Vitality. It'd been a lot of attempts, let's just say that, and it happened here in one of the most high-pressure situations you can be under for the Mongolz.
Nobody beats Mongolz 10 times in a row, I believe is the saying. But yeah, this is one of the more high-octane, high-pressure moments for them. You can see they had the quote. They had the quote. This is the Navi quote had this as well. You can't beat Mongolz 10 times in a row. GG. Something Apex. But yeah, this is Mongolz the way you want to see them. They're coming into a semi-final, they show up, they're fragging out, but the question really is, where does Vitality go from here?
Vitality are in a very precarious position where it feels like if they take one wrong step forward, they could just continue to decline. But I feel like they're going to recover this.
Okay.
I feel like the pedigree of the players speaks for itself. There are major winners amongst them, multi-time major winners, in fact, many of them. So for Vitality now, they've got to recover. They can't be bringing their C game. That's what I felt like I saw in many of the rounds yesterday. Maybe in composite, they were at their B game, but Rops talked about this yesterday in their losers interview, just the fact that what was their B game before could still win tournaments.
Yes.
But now their B game just kind of gets them into the semifinals. So they got to either find a way to bring it all back. And for the team that was the most airtight of the first season, they got to make sure that they plug those holes.
Apex was taking a lot of the blame upon himself. He says, you know, bad calls. Obviously, he was trying to pull off some heroic plays in that second half of Inferno, which almost pushed things to the limit for the Mongols. But yeah, just not enough for them.
Odes to 2019 Liquid. The player break has taken another victim. Vitality has fallen off. I have a feeling that they should bounce back. I don't think they're going to fall off the face of the earth, but I'm not sure we're going to see the same Vitality, because this Vitality we saw on the server, not only are we seeing the B, sometimes even the C game at times, but they're not playing together as a team. And if they can't solve this, I'll give them one more event before I'm kind of thinking that the era is over, because they just weren't, again, they're not together as a team, and they're calling it out. They're calling it out in the middle of the games, and nobody's really fixing it.
Prestige events fix all. If Vitality win the second major of the year, we've been in this era the whole time.
Okay.
It's just that it's in a dormant period for the era right now. We never really knew when the Astralis era was ending until they reminded us at another major that they've got it still. So that's the state that I find Vitality in.
Either way, there were a lot of frustrations, understandably so, going down in the Vitality camp yesterday. So let's recap them in this Mic'd Up moment.
Nice try.
Yeah, but with your smoke city, Matu, you missed it, so I didn't know.
I wanted to smoke that for you, but you didn't think.
But you said you smoke city. Okay, guys. The A speed is explosive. We need to run on his face. I said it. You take your knife and you run. We know 910 is holding long all the time, guys.
Yeah, we got flash in our face. We got full flash.
Yeah, but in the way we run, we didn't run on running on him. Like.
Okay, we were kind of torn when we initially heard those comms. Myself and Maui were siding on the air of, you know, maybe not the most appropriate time to be doubling down on mistakes. Sure, you can cite them, but then kind of revisiting them. Vu, you're in a completely different camp.
In the first clip, I'll admit, he says the smoke missed. ZywOo says, I meant the smoke default, yada, yada. And then Apex comes back and says something. You shouldn't have that re-talk. You shouldn't have the second point on it. The second one, that one's normal to me. That's round 4 of a game. Even if you're not going to return to that strat, you have to say, guys, you're not running the strat the way we know how to run the strat. Certainly, they've run that strat in practice. They know how that strat should be run. So I think that's completely reasonable. Apex takes the time there. He sits, he says, guys, this is how the strat should be run. It doesn't matter. You just need to run it that way. They defend themselves. They say, okay, it was flash, and Apex drops it. The fact that he drops it, if he's not tilting for the rest of it, it's not happening all the time. This is nothing. This is very standard.
I'm going to need to listen to the entire 45 minutes of comms before I have a full take on this one. I don't think that negative reinforcement in the moment is really the most effective way to move to the next round. However, I get Vu's point when adding nuance to this discussion that, yes, you can remind people that we've run these strats before, we should know what we're doing. And then I would just immediately want to move on to the next call. If I'm his teammate or if I'm a leader, I'm trying to just think of what's the next plan so that we don't have to keep living in the past.
Yeah, you don't want to be wasting the time revisiting issues that have ultimately already happened. I think something that we can all agree on, though, honeymoon is over.
Oh, yeah.
Vitality.
I mean, they are no longer in Bermuda. They are no longer in Italy. They are right now back at home, you know, 3-bedroom apartment, just like turning on the TV after work, and then they're just hoping things work out right now. They need to get back, and they need to find a way to just reinvigorate themselves, and I hope that the hunger to continue their era puts them back on the right track.
The question is always, how do these great teams deal with the loss? We saw when Liquid had their quote-unquote era in 2019, they dealt with a loss, went into the player break. They didn't deal with the loss. They just never came back in the same way. You look at Vitality, they had a great honeymoon. 6 months. Is that even a honeymoon at that point? But the honeymoon ends when you lose. And now they need to find a way to bounce back from that. And this is 2 semifinals in a row. They're still doing fine. They're not losing to teams they should never lose to. But how fallible they looked versus Liquid doesn't really inspire me with confidence either. This is a Vitality. They still need to figure out how are we going to deal with this loss? How are we going to deal with not just destroying everyone every game?
When you put it in that context, right, it might sound like we're exaggerating it, but we've been so used to Vitality just being the unformidable force throughout the first stage of 2025. Maui said he does have faith that they will bounce back. Do you have faith, Vu?
I'm 50-50. I wouldn't say I have
How many
faith.
trophies this season, Vu? How many trophies is Vitality going to hoist? Let's say, okay, 2.
Oh, so they're not going to get to the
That's bad. Isn't that bad? Isn't that going to make it back? Does that make it back for you?
That's Vitality that had a 30-map series.
Okay,
That's Vitality we're talking about being arguably the best team of all time. That's Vitality we're talking about. Can they be Astralis? There's two trophies this season. That's a loss for them, no?
Yeah. I don't even. Well, if it's just one, it's the major. That they're back for me.
If it's not the major,
that's what matters the most to me.
But Apex said he
Mongolz
wanted 10. He said he wanted 10 total. So
that's looking shaky. That one's looking shaky.
Yeah, a little bit risky. Either way, let's dive into novashots.io, the game that you guys can play for free at home as well. Obviously, 2 teams remain. We've made some decent bank, Maui. Let's have a look at what the charts are saying. Okay, so there was a peak in Mongolz.
Oh,
I
wow,
understand
it spiked.
that overnight. Yeah, I mean everybody's buying into that after the Vitality win.
Damn, that's like Nvidia. Okay, sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, what do we got? Oh, Mongols are so cheap. I love a good deal. I might have to do that.
Does our accountant agree?
I'm liking Mongolz. I'm liking Mongolz. I think I'm upgrading them to a definitely buy.
Wow. He's got to do it. He's got to do it.
So all in. Okay, let's do it. Transaction is confirmed, and that is locked and loaded.
We like being a little risky here. We like a little risk, don't we?
Well, either way, we do need to head things to a short break before our grand final can get underway. A best of 5 awaits. After this, the Mongols taking on Spirit.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes. Parsley.
Damn it. I was going to say celery.
Set one high and right.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice, though.
Right on. Tally-ho. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh. Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing 1 now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep. Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready? Oh!
Oh, you're shooting lasers.
Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Whoa, headshot
Bullseye.
on the goat.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
Already claiming 1 trophy post-summer break, and now within touching distance of a second. Spirit return to the Malta studio for one last marathon. A best of 5 is all that separates them from the title, and for a change, they're gonna have to face a somewhat unfamiliar opponent. That team is the Mongolz, who have been on a steady rise throughout 2025. Of course, punctuated by a historic major run, which netted them 2nd place, which does mean, Maui, trophies still somewhat evading the Mongolz. But now this could be a chance to course correct.
Respect Yala Compass, respect Underpick World Championship. For the Mongols, they obviously want to live a more prestigious title, okay? They're setting their sights here in front of us at this cobalt blue trophy. And I feel like right now, the journey that the Mongols has been on is really, it's been a heartthrob. It's captured our attention from an underserved region to now competing at the world's most competitive stage. These guys are playing FACEIT games with 170 ping from home just to even be here right now. So don't talk about, oh my God, I'm lagging, I can't shoot him, okay? Like, these guys have had every excuse in the book, and they've let none of it slow them down.
Mongols have continued to surprise and impress. Every time they hit a new level, we think, is this it for them? Have they hit their ceiling? Are they not going to be able to go from here because they come from a small scene? Where can they go if they need to replace a player? Where can they upgrade a player? Typically, you have a team, you plateau, and you just find your worst player, kick him out, and pick up a new player. Mongols can't do that. They don't want to do that. And so it's so impressive when they keep getting better and better and better.
And we talk about them getting better. That betterness happened just yesterday, because we were kind of prefacing before going into that semi-final. Okay, great results for the Mongols, but there's always been this kind of consistent ceiling for them. They managed to punch through that just yesterday.
We had not seen the Mongols take down a top 3 team for the year, and so yesterday, shedding their demons, taking down a Vitality team, some of the individuals playing incredible form. The Mongols right now are crafting, they're brewing this perfect storm of great individual play along with team tactics that are on the macro level, sometimes actually outsmarting some of the best teams that European CS has to offer.
And when it comes to it, Mongols have their own style. I think that's what makes them so interesting. They don't necessarily follow the meta on every map. They don't necessarily play out 5v4s in the most fundamentally sound way, the way we think of it, but they play their own style, they do it extremely well, and you love to see it succeed when they're not just trying to replicate what Vitality are doing or some other top team.
Just one more point on that matter. Sure, taking down Vitality is one thing. Does that make them a true contender yet?
I think they still need to prove it. I think beating Vitality is a huge step forward, especially in terms of confidence. I thought it was a huge step forward the way they took down Aurora, coming back from 11-1 down, 11-0 down. You know, I think they've done a lot to prove themselves as getting to the next level, but this is still one step in a journey that they require a couple more steps to me really thinking. When you look at the other teams, I mean, you've got Spirit, they've won a trophy. You've got Mouz, they've been contenders for so long. It's hard to put Mongols there unless they can win a game like this.
And there's going to be a couple of key pieces that need to show up today. A man who's been doing a hell of a lot of work so far, Blitz, the fragging in-game leader, right? We can say that now.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt, actually. I don't see an in-game leader right now, Vu, that is a better fragging in-game leader in general. Blitz's approach, it's methodical, it's well-drilled, he plays around utility incredibly well, and on top of that, he's making great reads.
What if I counter you with James?
Okay. I feel like he's a little bit out of the running today in 2025.
Okay. I think you're right. I think Blitz is the best fragging IGL we've got here. I'll bring you back to the Aurora game again. Blitz carried his team to victory in that matchup. You don't see other IGLs do that. When we talk about fragging IGLs, we're talking about an IGL that can put up a 0.95 rating. We're talking about an IGL that can have one good performance once in a while. Blitz is routinely pulling off these great performances, and the other IGL on the other side of the server has to call, and now he has to keep up fragging-wise too.
Well, I think it's only right that we get some words from Techno on this exact matter.
Blitz was humble when I asked him, but do you think he's one of the best fragging IGLs?
Of course, surely he is.
Is he the best?
Yes, of course. I have been with him around like 5 or 6 years together, and he's the best still, yeah.
Techno seal of approval. What more could you want, Maui?
I mean, you could want the brotherhood that those two guys have. I mean, the 5-6 years that they've been playing together, back on the Checkmate roster when it was just a Mongolian lineup that no one really ever heard of, they've gone through absolutely everything. I think they've gone through 3 organizations together, and to see his brother-in-arms truly just get to this height. Techno has to be his right-hand man for this entire time. And really, I just can't underemphasize the story that these guys have had of just really being a no-name team where there's all these legendary Mongolian players that, like Zilkenberg, and like they went through so much to even get here. And it's basically off of the back of Blitz just seeing the game in a way that not many people saw it in his region.
Somebody else that obviously has to be showing up for the Mongols is Senzu, a man that we've had question marks about in terms of when we make it onto these big stages and actually delivering in playoffs, right?
When you hear Mongols talk about themselves, one of the things they talk about is their coaching, they talk about their IGL, and they talk about Senzu's fragging. I think Senzu is really one of the, I wouldn't say unsung heroes, I think he's one of the most impressive players out there that we've seen. And I see him with the op. When he goes for the double op, I think that's where Mongols are at their best. When you see Senzu with that op in hand, dust to CT side, makes them incredibly dangerous. He gives them a different look, whereas I think most of the time you have other players pick up a secondary op. They're not very dynamic with it. They're not good oppers. You have Donk pick up the op. He can hit the shots, but I don't think it's the same as when you see Senzu go for the double op.
The problem with Senzu that we've had is that he seems to have one of the most fatal Achilles heels in Tier 1 CS, that in group stages, he's a beast. This guy's got laser sharp aim. He takes any fight that he wants to. He's winning it versus the most elite riflers in the world. But when he gets to the big stages, we've seen him crumble time and time again. At the Austin playoffs, it felt like he shed his demons. Cologne, though, they came right on back. So to see him play as well as he did versus Vitality, there's proof that this guy can hold his own versus these teams, but you don't always know day to day, is it going to be the same Senzu?
Let's talk about the primary AWPer on the Mongol side of the equation then. How happy have you been with 910 and what he's been showing here?
I would say that 910 has had metronomic consistency. He is just on a beat every single time. His reads are incredibly strong. He's moving around the map exactly where he needs to be. Maybe on the T side, he's not always giving it, but as a defensive player, this guy is the backbone of their roster.
When you look at it, he's not got the same stats as Senzu, but I actually would argue he most of the time has more impact than Senzu. Some of their defenses actually just rely completely on 910 being in the right place at the right time. He's the backbone of the defense, but he's not only that, he's getting aggressive, he's getting entries, he's going for the repeaks, and he can pick up a rifle as well. He's one of the more dynamic CT side rifling oppers too. He's such an important part of this team that I think sometimes gets overlooked.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of a different vibe when we're comparing him to the AWPer that awaits on the other side. Shirou, known to be a little bit more passive, playing those late round situations.
Shirou is just an artist in the clutch. Late round situation, there is nobody on planet Earth I trust more than to close out a 1v1, a 1v2. The numbers show it, the eye test shows it. He could have any weapon in his hands, doesn't matter if it's Tech 9, AK, or an op. He's gonna deliver, and he's been a big reason for despite the fact they have one of the most explosive openers, it's been Shirou that's been there at the tail end of so many rounds, including the final round of the major final. He held it together on the biggest of stages.
Let's get nerdy for a second, Vu, because you've been diving into some of the numbers in terms of the changes or the impact that this most recent update has been having to the AWP and how often we're getting to see it in game.
Yeah, so we looked at the stats, and one of the things we've noticed in the last month, if you compare it to the last 6 months, these oppers are generally getting the op in their hand about 6% more, which is based on the economy update. It's surprising though. That's 1 in 10, 1 in 15, 18 rounds, you're actually getting the op in their hands. But when it comes back to Shirou, my most impressed part of Shirou this season is his rifling, actually. He's been getting the rifle in his hands. He's been actually statistically better on CT sides with the rifle than with the op in the last few months. Shirou, it's crazy actually how he continues to improve as a player, but when you actually look at him in this season, you're looking at a Shirou that maybe the eye test is actually showing that he's continuing to evolve, that he came out with Gambit, C9 back in the day, now he's continuing forward, he's on this team, everyone thinks of Donk, but Shirou is the second star there, and he's trying to vie for first.
Shirou really is the three-eyed raven of Counter-Strike, okay? Not in terms of just clutching in the server, but in terms of making good roster moves for himself, perceiving that Cloud9 was on the downtrend, that he was going to jump ship to this new young upstart Spirit that was supercharged by Donk and a veteran IGL and Chopper. Like he took a big gamble on his career, and it's paid off magnificently.
It's been beautiful to watch the evolution of Shirou. Just looking at the context for this particular game as well, of course, so much pressure going into a grand final. But if we're looking at the live VRS, Spirit are now #1. If they lose this, though, they will actually drop below Vitality, right?
I think that's what the numbers indicate, yes. Yeah, I feel like when you're near the top right there, you're just trying to stay in that sort of pole position. If you're able to secure that, obviously all the implications of all of these tournaments is that it's about qualification to the major. So Spirit right now, and Mongolz for that matter, are both in great positions, but there could be some movement at the top.
I really want to start a fight up here, and I'm sorry to do this, but we obviously have to talk about Donk. Is Donk #1 coming out of this year?
Obviously.
Obviously.
Indisputably.
Indisputably. I feel like you look at Vitality's run of 7 events, winning MVP at all of them, and I can't ignore that entirely. I can't say indisputably that it's not. Okay, why? Why?
Because Donk is a generational, more than a generational player. We've never seen a rifler like Donk. And the fact that you have Donk getting better every year. He's better this year than he was last year, and last year he was already the best player in the world. Players are constantly learning from him. You talk to any player, you hear Nico talking about it, you hear the best players in the world. We try to learn from Donk. We're picking up, I'm trying to add his movement into my game. I'm trying to be more active, more proactive. You know Donk when he's on the server, you see him, you could have name tags off, you still know it's Donk. He's just too good. He's just too good.
Donk is really on such another level, okay? Even though right now I'm still debating in my own head between the Donk ZywOo for #1 of the year, I would concur with Vu that Donk is the best player in the world today, okay? Achievement and how you're doing for the year does slightly differ from that, though.
Just tell me very quickly, you've been diving into some of the numbers about, Donk getting his hands on the AK. What's the story there?
I mean, Thanks to B-Trams for this one. This is a crazy stat, okay? I couldn't believe that Donk has an AK in his hand for over half of the rounds on the CT side. Like, Spirit make it a point to get an AK in his hands, and when he does start a round with an AK in his hands, they were winning 77% of their CT rounds. Those are just absurd numbers, and they add to the gravitas of how meteoric the rise of this guy is. Like, he is changing the game on his head.
And you're saying ZywOo's better? And you're going to tell me ZywOo's better?
I didn't say he's better. I said the greatest player today is Donk.
77%?
I'm grading their year, though. That's a different conversation.
My conversation starts and ends at Donk is better. Donk is the best.
Well, I do need to diffuse this argument, as it is time to find out our maps we'll be playing in this best of 5. Of course, when it comes to a best of 5, it's much more about the order in which some of these maps will be played. My biggest question is overpass. Is this something that Spirit are going to be willing to pick out a bit earlier, do you think?
Given that they have more reps on it recently, I would like to see Spirit pick it maybe in their second phase instead of letting it go to the decider. In terms of the picks, though, I'm a little bit surprised that actually Spirit already go for the nuke early on. I feel like that is, I'm actually quite surprised, because that's been the one map Mongolz has been kind of decent against Vitality on.
Yeah, that's a map that you expect to, it's a best of 5, it can't get banned. You expect it a little bit later, you expect Mirage does too. Those are the two maps you're always expecting as the first two. That is a map that we talked about in the major final. Mongolz banned that against Vitality. This is a map where they've beaten Vitality on it though, and I think the reason that we saw they were moving back from it is because Senzu's quite weak on that map, and I think Spirit might have noticed that.
Okay, and then, well, we got Dust2 4th now?
Yes.
Okay, that fell down in the pecking order quite a bit, and 5th map Overpass. If we get there, it will be the first time that the Mongolz play it, given its reinduction back into Tier 1 CS. I'm pretty excited for this map pool. I'm especially concerned, though, about what we've got on this first one. Nuke is, I'm honestly surprised that Spirit went for it so early.
Well, either way, this is what has all been building up to the Blast Bounty Grand Final.
And the finals for Spirit.
They're crafty, they've got good individuals.
No doubt about Spirit's form right now. They earn a place to play Spirit. Donk still isn't missing. Spirit in pole position. Back to back from Cologne, now into the finals at Bounty.
The Mongols have taken it to a new level. Is it really just enough? Oh, of course!
They're holding it.
Quad kill from 9-10.
celebrations for the Mongols, but there's a bigger demon that still sits and waits.
Remains here for us, and it's a question that's haunted all of our minds. Will we finally have a wager at the Blast Bounty? Now, Mouzinho, you're sitting on a cool $68,000, if I'm not mistaken, in the bank. I think Spirit's sitting on 69. You willing to stake any of that here in this best of 5 grand final?
No, we need money, so we don't.
They need what they've got. Donk, there's no stake to be had, but I suspect you weren't going to wager anyway.
No, we need money.
Everybody needs their money. No wager today.
Can't blame him, Mike, the real MVP, for attempting every single time to get this wager underway. But it makes sense when you're coming into a grand final like this.
Guys, your VRS position is quite safe. It's quite safe here.
I think you can blame them. I think you can blame them. They could have bet everything. They're static in the VRS. It doesn't matter that much. Just bet the money for the aura.
Come on. Maybe next season. Maybe next season, gentlemen. Either way, Nuke, very, very exciting start to this best of 5. Does this open up room, Maui, in your mind for this to be, you know, potentially going to all 5 maps now?
It feels like teams have underrated Mongolz' Nuke for a bit until Vitality lost twice in a row on it to them. Now, for Spirit to go for this, I just have to think that Holly and Chopper came up with some neat game plan that's going to unsee the defense from that team. I'm personally very concerned about Mouzinho, though, on this map. This is one where I feel like he has such a strong responsibility on ramp. He kind of has been sort of quiet for me, Vu, throughout this tournament thus far, and I feel like Spirit, they don't mind doing a mid-round ramp hit against him.
Yeah, I think Mongols have underrated their own Nuke, and I think that's baiting teams into it. I think this could be one where Spirit have a lot of troubles. Mouzinho's a name I wanted to bring up because when you look at Nuke for this team, last year, Senzu their best player. This year, their worst player statistically on Nuke. He's the bottom fragger for them on Nuke. So you need Mouzinho, who has been a little quiet this tournament, who is their best player on Nuke. He's their ramp player. He knows how to get active. He knows when to push. He knows when to leave ramp and maybe stack up, or he needs to be able to summon that energy, summon that, and carry this team, because this is the map where they need him most.
Hallie's got a lot to say before diving into this one, understandably so. What do you think they have been cooking then to be putting up to the Mongols?
I feel like there's going to be a decent amount of misdirection here. If you're Spirit, you're not coming into this with some super basic game plan of just defaulting and spreading out. I'm curious about the layered cross smokes that they're going to have outside. We've been seeing teams use sometimes all 5 of their smokes in a round to just cross down towards lower. And so this is really going to test the rotations of the Mongols. But the thing is that the Mongols, their communication has been seamless. It's been telepathic. They've been so fast at moving around the map when needed to. So I don't really think that Spirit is going to have as easy of a time as they think they will when they're crafting this offense.
This is a Spirit team that I think has made another step this season in that they've actually begun really effectively changing their playstyle based on the team they're playing against. I think Mouz experienced that, where the previous season that Mouz could counter Spirit, now Spirit comes in with different looks. I think this is going to be a very different Spirit, and they have clearly an idea what they want to do in this match.
It is time to get the culmination of the Blast Bounty underway. A best of 5 grand final. It's the Mongols versus Team Spirit.
The tale of firsts when it comes to the Mongols. First it was breaking into top 8s, and then it was staying there, and then it was slaying the beast that was Vitality. Another first lies ahead of them this evening in a best of 5 grand finals over Spirit. And for a team that only 24 hours ago finally beat a top 3 team this year, can they truly do that now versus another one of what has previously been insurmountable challenges? Cranked to a 10 in a BO5 series.
In terms of Mongol's runs in tournaments, this is going to stand above all the rest. Even in this playoffs, having faced off against Aurora and Vitality already and taking them down and not losing a series so far has been really impressive. They would have the hardest run in this playoffs. Taking down Vitality should be a championship if we're talking about almost every other event this year. And then to have to do it versus Spirit, who now become the #1 team because of Mongolz, well, that would be pretty historic, to be honest. But with that, also a best of 5 and a first attempt at one. And you said, how often does a team win their first best of 5? And I said, well, we have one example of that happening, and that was when Donk joined Spirit over Jame in a studio.
Yes, sir.
Sort of a small crowd, and it was a reverse sweep. It was all kinds of crazy things that you couldn't expect happening at the same time. But how could we have expected Mongolz to have made it to this grand finals in the first place?
You know, one of the contrasts I think is worth noting in my mind is when you go back to Cologne and you see Mouz defeat their demon in Vitality in playoffs, the celebration was immense, especially knowing that the defeat back in Austin had Torzy so crushed. You said it best last night. When the Mongols defeated Vitality, they stood up, looked at one another's, walked across that stage, and there was no massive jubilation because the job's not done. They want to take a big piece out of Team Spirit tonight, and they're going to do it on this A site if they can. Holding back Spirit is the challenge. Donk and ZywOo a kill apiece, and ZywOo will come forward as he has throughout this event. Slowly, the last map we saw him on, that Mirage in the semifinals, his best map yet in a Spirit jersey, and Team Spirit will take a quick move into A, falling the site in an instant.
They should actually, yeah, win the round off the back of this. Very nice couple of kills from ZywOo. Chopper's this the insurance. Doesn't even need to fight this right now. Can take his time, even go for a knife kill if he'd like to. Yep. All right.
Round one.
That's great. Get the money at the same time.
Right into it. No, they said they
the money and the embarrassment and the power, you know?
It sends a message early on. Blitz knows that best. There's no denying he went for the knife versus Aurora because of the message it sends. Good on Techno to react to that. It was very quick. Player swinging out wide into him, but a little snap in the flick. Gets his kill. Good on ZywOo to follow through, however.
It's kind of crazy because Spirit also haven't lost a series since ZywOo joined.
Sure.
And just ran through Cologne. And yet, there's still questions about how much better he can be.
For the record, Spirit are 18-1 in their last 19 games. The only loss to Mouz back in Austin.
Yeah, they're doing. It's not random that they were so close to #1 and now are in the #1 position.
9 to the front of Huts. Good for the hold, but ZywOo's going to challenge further and get another multi-frag. So 2 rounds in, 2-2Ks for ZywOo.
Oh.
And Blitz tries to get aggressive, costs him. And Zinho's flank found out. Team Spirit looking real quick off the bat in this game.
The only thing is with Spirit, you know that changes are coming. That's sort of like the temperature and the mood a little bit is sort of like, well, what happens now? I mean, that might not have been the case at Cologne, right? It's not to say that like Zontic would come into this game and, you know, not play his hardest and everything like that. In fact,
it's a resume.
It's a resume builder. It's a really important last message. You might want to try your absolute hardest. But, you know, when I look at these two teams, I just think, well, the Mongols aren't making a move after this. They're looking to build their legacy with this 5.
Yes, sir. No, I thought Vu and Maui Snake had a really good conversation about actually the difficulties around the Mongols and their roster moves. You have such a limited pool of potential replacements in contrast to international teams, European rosters, where we can start getting into second languages and whatnot. This is a team that made a lot of changes quickly back in the day before they took themselves into this top 8 form, but now seem very locked in on this roster and so young, so much potential, so much achievement for such a young team too.
It is amazing from such a small pool of players. That is the Mongolian population of Counter-Strike players. They put this team together. Nice one, Mzinho. Hold on a second. Crossing a minute, losing their ramp lurk. It shoehorns them into this exact... The bomb just got spotted, confirmed cross downstairs, but they have the sight, so...
So deep on site already. Donk slides in. Pops Mzinho, make sure there's no other prying eyes on the B site. So Team Spirit off to the races now. 3-0. And that it's a Galil for Techno. Could still be held. If he's lucky. No way Chopper gets a second. No, okay. Got eyes on the flank, and all looks good for Techno. Racking up some costs finally, because the first 2 rounds went down a little too smooth for the Mongols' liking.
Culturally, it feels like Nuke is not a map that you warm up on, you know, like in Counter-Strike. Like, you'd say, well, what's the difference? You're going to play it now, you're going to play it later, but because it's just so so difficult, so punishing, sometimes you leave for the last map of a series, some kind of like an Inferno or something, or an Overpass. And so I was just surprised, as they mentioned on the desk, to pick it into Mongolz, who for them it's a sleeper pick. They don't pick it, but they play it and they're really good at it. They're scoring 80% on CT sides. And I think that's even pre-changes, including nuke map. So they're just very strong at it. This pistol, however, these two conversions fly in the face of that. It'll be much harder for the Mongols now, even if this was a risky first map to choose from Team Spirit. Maybe it's to say, you're not warmed up. Let's throw you into that CT side quick.
And as you're talking about tactical maps later on, of course, Overpass in this series. Makes sense then that we end there if we get there.
Missing my magics. Oh.
Sweet's just sitting there like, excuse me?
It's time to move on, guys. That's what he's thinking, yeah. That's funny.
Not to mention Donk's sitting
like,
there
yeah.
like...
Donk's like, hard agree, bro. Hard agree. Uh-oh.
Yeah, burned out, but finds Sanctuary and comes back. Okay, that's a little wild, Blitz.
That smoke was coming back.
And then we find Senzu trying to go down that vent, thinking we've got to make up for the lost player outer, and you play right into the lying trap of Team Spirit. 5 versus 3 in the first gun round. Hunting the 4-0 start. T-side nuke in a CT dominant meta.
Gotta say, this is pretty strong round here for Spirit. Ooh, one back for Techno. He's got a couple of good kills.
Stomps the fallback though, so Chopper has all the info and a well-timed peek. Mzinho and Techno back at it, with Chopper chasing what he thought was a stomp back into the A site. He was full confident, but Techno returns for second servings.
I'm shocked. I can't believe they brought back this round. And now it is just ZywOo with 30 seconds and 3 guys to find.
4 rounds into play, we've got ourselves a 3v5 pulled off by the Mongols, and not a 3v5 that's going to get very competitive at the end, you'd think. ZywOo has 20 seconds.
He can actually try to go to the upper site now with that kill.
And it's a low health Techno, so I take back what I said. This is very much possible.
He won't have time to fake, however.
Single bullet on Techno, and you've got space, and now that's all that's left. A 1v3 clutch attempt from ZywOo, but a quiet walkout from Techno to deny it.
Oh.
It's a 3v5 pushed over the line by 14 health, the difference.
This is a little bit of a mistake, though, from 910. It's a lockdown position for sure. Re-peeks into that angle. They lose the op. They lose a second player on a round where they're down 3-0. They almost got to a spot to win with majority alive after that 2K from Mzinho. And they kind of throw it away with this re-peek. Didn't need to happen. It gets so scary they're excited to win that round when it should have been a done deal.
Ooh, another aggressive look though. Donk's just gonna Mac 10 you down, and he gets traded by Chopper off in the open rafters. 910 gets the cover with that one critical kill. And not to mention Blitz finding it through smoke, so when the aggression looks so good, it's nice to see that the Mongols can step up to that tempo.
Must be alert.
Shirou insta headshot. But back inside of the A site, Mongols find more success. You know the Opera was up top. Mzinho also gets a kill. That's both players confirmed upper site here for Shirou.
I don't care what gun Shirou has in moments like these. I've got so much faith in him to figure out a way back into it. This will be heard, and Shirou's going for the long rotation all the way around. This will be the last thing that Mongols think of, but also 910 is actually pushed out of the lobby entirely. This will be hard to figure out. Let's see if he's aware of this.
Oh, this is a weird one with so much time as well.
I mean, Shirou's not going to turn and clear main, right? That would be unreal awareness. Let's see.
Big flank because he expects... Oh, okay. 910 comes back in.
It's such a good move for 910.
Yes.
How could you figure that out?
Yep. I mean, Shirou makes the move when the player drops down off of heaven. You know he's going to reposition in anticipation of you climbing heaven. Forces Shirou's hand. But 910 going that one extra step further.
Yeah, like where are you normally going? You're going into hut.
Yep, exactly.
You've either pushed around a ramp or you're sitting in squeaky.
Yep, and he goes T-spawn and then doesn't waste any time there really. Comes back and finds that timing to a T, so.
It's a very good move.
Really good presence of mind. And another great recovery round for the Mongols. Think of the pace that we saw Spirit come swinging onto A with.
To be honest, yeah, you want to play fast. This is another team that enjoys it. Vitality said they liked it, the way that Mongols played. Spirit can definitely run these up quick, but it's that smoke break as well inside of Mini that saved it.
Ouch. Oh, missed shot though. He's gonna confirm bodies on the cross. Senzu kills Chopper. Zontix cut off from the pack, but down on that B site, they've got an opening. Donk's AK rips Techno's head off.
That's money. Mzinho's going to go downstairs to supplant his position.
910 trying to find that one player that they know didn't cross. It is at max 3 players lower. Mongols damn well know it. A Tech9 versus an AWP at this range.
Yeah, so Mzinho's going to get the clock. It's a great spot for him with Senzu on ramp as well. This is going to be so hard for Spirit, I feel like.
Now a second set of hands to help out down on lower. Senzu here to tether with Mzinho, posted on top of Silo. They could wait a second. You can see that doubt start to creep in.
And this is that spot where he's got to jump up. Gives Mzinho an advantage if he tries.
Oh, but the timing. It's not the duel that Mzinho was looking for. He's still able to survive it, and they clean up all 4. So, quick burst down to the lower site when Donk gets his entry. Things look sketchy for a second, but in that moment where Spirits slow down, the Mongols don't. They keep walking forward, advancing their positions, and finding that comfort zone to tie this game early.
I actually, once again, like 9-10 spot. So the 2 rotations lower, they have guaranteed that 3 out of 4 at least have crossed lower. 9-10 gets into big garage. That covers the entire lurk paths back. Whether people are going to go back around the lobby, out to mini, into big garage to wrap around to hell. He's got that all solid. He doesn't ever have to move. Sometimes you get into big garage and now suddenly you're there, you can't leave. But it provides so much value when you see that many cross that I feel like it's worth it just to have him here. And he gets the Zontix kill as well, a little cherry on top. Now 9-10 has missed a couple of small opportunities. One that got a couple people killed. One that a smoke break could have made the round a little easier. He was amazing yesterday, but that's something I'm going to watch for in this kind of match.
In the meantime, Techno and Mzinho will pick up a bit of slack. Be the front runners, ahead of the 3 players you'd anticipate the Mongols banking on.
Yeah. And the reason they beat Vitality yesterday is because you have a Senzu, 9-10, Mzinho, top-heavy board, and Blitz has key rounds in there, but he doesn't top frag it. I think he bottom frags. And Techno comes in as support. That's what the scoreboard's supposed to look like. As much as you'd expect Donk, Shirou, and then either ZywOo or Zontix to be there.
Smoke to cut off main means Blitz has got a challenge coming his way in a second. 2 players behind him. It looks a little desperate from this angle, but the support's right there.
Wow, great shot.
But because they're so acute on those angles, they're doing a good job of shaving them off into 1v1s. AC unit held here by Senzu, and that's the bomb chucked up by Unbreakable. So very difficult recovery now for Spirit and continuing to take damage while the player actually inside A gives them nothing to really tug on. So Senzu makes up for it. Bomb in front of them.
Look at their spots. So much coverage just playing from hell, basically.
Playing the ladder for that little bit of cover as well. And Donk this entire time has been waiting for a man on A to make a move. But Techno's locked into the vent. He's got cover up in heavens. Locked in positioning here for the Mongols. And you saw how tedious Spirit were with trying to clear that out inch by inch, ultimately only to get 1 kill.
So it's a good response. After that, pistol and conversions are lost 4 straight back for the Mongols. Looking to catch fire. Loving these moments from ZywOo, though. He put up his best series in a Mongolz jersey versus Mouz. Very strong team to play against. Extremely high rating.
Spirit.
So much. Sorry, against Mouz.
No, you said Mongolz jersey.
Oh, Mongols.
Stop.
I can see it.
Stop leaking script.
I can see it.
Oof, missed shot again, 9-10. You said keep an eye on it. He'd prefer us not look when shots like that whiff. Chopper's found an entry, and it's who other. 9-10 on the fallback, gets his wings clipped. Trying to keep that off mobile. Smoke goes forward, but the bomb and an escort is ahead of that utility already. So this is Spirit 1 step ahead, again trying to play up with early timings. Mongols-esque in that regard, opening gambits every round. Some sort of a move to try and test the Mongols defense, and this time that test goes poorly for the defense.
It's almost nothing you can do about it after losing Mzinho and your opener 9-10 that quickly. That was a very nice call out of Spirit. They found an opening on ramp, which they haven't really tried to test in this game. All Mongolz can do is give this round away and hope that they don't get hunted.
No 3v5 attempt this time around. No chance at dropping Spirit players. Just a gentleman's handshake to agree this game stays tied at 4 rounds all, with money in the coffers. What could have been the opening kill there ended up being this instead. Perfectly timed from Chopper.
It happens. It's both of the openers.
Yeah, you go back to the Cologne Grand Finals, Chopper gave a performance to talk about.
He was actually, yeah, it's just been getting better. Definitely.
Long gone is the Chopper that was choking playoff moments in Antwerp. He has certainly evolved alongside all the new faces he's brought into this organization. Frag grenade goes through smoke. Donk sees that as a chance to challenge, but nobody really there to shoot at just yet. And another new opening angle for 910's op. But it's a Donk swing.
Yeah, he's missing. He's missing.
He goes wide, straight past him. Insta-kill from Donk. You know if you give him that chance. And now Donk with another. Mzinho steps up to the plate, gets walloped upside the head, and we go 5v3 again. Just as quickly as the last round ended, this one back to that sad reality for the Mongolz. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like the path to a save will be very easy. So now Spirit can really put them into the pain for the end of this T side.
So nuts how quickly Donk gets that second kill. There's just no chance at all to win that duel. But right now, yeah, 910's posting up on a few fights that he's either just missing outright or doesn't stand a chance in.
Op really had to stop Donk there, had the chance. Sitting in wait and missed. Because the kid swings quick.
Terrorists win.
That's the coveted HLTV #1 keycap.
I do like that they're ready to exec behind it. I mean, there's this, like, when they got ramp, they had, you know, the 3-pack going down ramp. They still have map control. They're ready to exec, and they kind of trust the entries are going to happen. And last round it was Chopper. This time it's Donk. But that's kind of all you have to do to bring a T side together. You know, Spirit being able to win this series means that they're winning 2 tournaments in a row, no series lost with ZywOo. Pretty amazing stuff. Almost numb to these stories of, like, new player comes in, instant success, just never gets worse. And of all the debuts, ZywOo would have been the most sort of unlikely based on his individual level, you know, compared to what we saw from Kiosuke or what we saw from Akaze. It was sort of just like, they're also incredible to kick it off. ZywOo was just helping. But he is getting better and better.
And faster than I anticipated, to be honest. Again, I guess the confidence should be high with Donk's seal of approval.
There's something comforting about not seeing everything be a honeymoon, though, as well, right? So why should it be easy right away? If you're having to learn all this new stuff.
Starts to lead people to think that roster changes are solutions, even if it's temporary.
That and, like, are you actually leveling up your gameplay, or are they just letting you be really comfortable?
Sure.
That you're just getting kills now.
910's op goes wider in secret this round, but still really giving them the opening space into secret. How do you approach this one? You know, last time Spirit kind of came around this corner a little more haphazardly because it almost felt like they knew 910 would be further back. They seem cautious, as if this is a normal variation from the Mongolz. 910 goes steps further. Donk is sitting up on the railing, ready to swoop in on this.
If enough time passes, this is going to come down to Mzinho taking contact at ramp. They really are going to have to exec, somewhere, and they take At least there's some revenge on Donk.
Ramp, though, it will be held. Nice spray control from Mzinho.
Hey, looking like Rops.
Had nobody else there to work with. He had to do that on his own if they wanted to keep up man advantage, and so they do. A suffocating hold from the Mongols where they seem very content with the angles they were holding.
Yeah, it's a matter of like, does Spirit have the only way you could dislodge 910? That's why I brought up Mzinho. If Ramp took contact first, Mzinho failed. Maybe 910 feels like he has to turn around because he's the first player downstairs to go watch him.
Right.
Or they have control of vent, and now there's a lot of stress on him to make up for it. But Spirit didn't really do that at all, so.
Uh-oh.
Oh. He's letting it happen.
This is how that Aurora comeback was fueled by the Mongols.
I love that.
And Blitz said he had to pull the knives out because they were getting a little too loud. Well, we go knife for knife, chopper to Blitz.
Techno to Yogurt, chopper to Blitz.
Hallie to Mara.
Yeah, Mara's really a coach where I think he picks his battles when it comes to when he gets involved. Looks like sometimes he takes the whole timeout, sometimes it's for him. Hallie, it's sort of each and every single time. It's as if he's got a book to write and have you read, and he doesn't have enough time to tell you everything that he thinks.
Smirks on the Mongols' faces.
The only time they smile really is during these disrespectful moments.
Yeah.
So they're having fun.
Got a bit of a hunch they might be kind of sick and twisted.
Yeah.
And if they are, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
This half has remained competitive in the round count. No denying Spirit will be content with the rounds they've won. A strong CT side awaits, but another challenge towards Ramp by the looks of it. Mzinho not in that deep corner that allowed for Spirit to come wide for that double swing around a go. They brought their friends, reinforcements in the form of Shirou. On the angle, and they clear. So now that question about how do they adapt to the lower site? Do they pull 910 back? That is a valid question again. But 910 doesn't move because he's got the support. Already a set of feet back site. He gets his kill towards Secret. He sprints down lower, trying to post his op to the one that is tearing apart his teammates. Shirou gets those first 2 kills to compromise lower bomb site, but now it's coming back up. With that kill inside of Hell, ZywOo scrambles, Zontix in lobby this entire time, and a beautiful game of cat and mouse goes back and forth, round 11 for Spirit 6.
Yeah, it's a monster T round here for Spirit. They lose Donk to this op, and they still operate so efficiently. This time it's Shirou. They're taking turns with who gets 2Ks on this T side versus the full rifle rounds. Shirou full control, and it looks like the game plan is so good right here when it comes to the ramp attack. It's almost as if, we see Mzinho use his entire kit to get everybody back on ramp, so maybe he could switch over to playing the close wall position. He really wants to get back there, but even after the molly, they throw their flashes, he throws his second one across his back. Shirou doesn't move the entire time. He's waiting for that exact movement. Really looked like he punished the tendency right there.
Donk wants more blood this half.
Dude, I mean, the amount of rounds that don't have Donk's name on it and them still winning on T side has been wildly impressive here.
Molly into the A site. Donk gets hit by counter util. Look at this charge from Mzinho. Shirou more than happy to stop that challenge. 5-7 swings next in the same angle and same result. So we see the act of desperation in the 3v5 rollout. Zontix in reaction to the Senzu aggression. And Blitz, he's got a knife kill, 1 of 2 throughout this half. A non-factor for the defense, unfortunately, for the Mongols. And it looks like Shirou's gonna put this half on ice. A 7-5 lead for Team Spirit. No denying Mongols brought the challenge for the defense, but the real challenge starts now that they swap sides.
PC game plus simple was definitely a big surprise.
I remember I just opened my Twitter and I thought it was a prank or something. A legendary move, I think, is a big chance for Simple to come back and grind again.
Bro, it's a simple, yeah? So why we can talk about it? It's simple.
He's one of the best players who touch the game. Seeing him in this lineup, he maybe deserves better, but
I think Simple in FaZe showed out he took it really serious.
Shut the fuck up!
Basic game are probably all with a lot of cash. You have pieces that kind of have been in the tier 1, like Nexa.
I think that he has bigger ambitions than staying in the roster they currently have, without offense to the players. He needs some time to grow back to the player he is. We all know that he's greatest of all time, or the second one at this point. It doesn't really matter. He's one of the best. I think if he had the chance to join a tier 1 team, the amount of time he would have been given maybe wasn't that much compared to if he joined a tier 2 team. Either way, he kind of needs to go through a similar process of just playing a lot.
I think it's to some extent a good approach, because in tier 2 you have like 2 officials a day, and I think for Simple it's something that will be like maybe a good place to start going again, because you just have to grind and grind and grind.
sometimes it's more easy to play T1 team than T2 team. Like, to be honest, the style like is completely different.
From that to come back to tier 1 is very difficult. The meta is evolving basically every day. So I think Simple needs time, but I don't know how much time he needs. I don't want to underestimate him, because obviously he's great.
It's all about him. Like if he wants, he can go back like top 3 players and next year, I think.
He's one of the best players. If he did it one time, he can do it a second time.
Hopefully we will see him back in tier 1. Maybe not instantly, but I'm sure he can make it back. I think 6 months to 1 year is when I would expect Simple to be back to tier 1.
Certainly stepping up to the biggest challenge that they'll face in Malta, a BO5 versus Donk. And a little back and forth while Donk remained, I don't want to use the word offline, but I'll say off kilter. And not because he looked bad per se, but just because he didn't need to do everything this half.
He was just fine. He actually had a one very solid round on the 2 entries. Every other round, it was Chopper getting a 2K, Sway getting a 2K, Shirou getting a 2K, then winning the pistol, Chopper doing a good mid-round, setting up to plant the bomb after a lot of these kills happened early to force early saves. They just had a great T side in general. So really good start here for Spirit.
Chance for Donk at first blood in pistol number 2.
It does lay the land for Donk to sort of feast now that they switch over.
You know, you can leave Shirou over on ramp, and we're going to watch Sway play inside that A site. Donk should be the guy succeeding outside.
You don't always see that. That's a Glock dual 1. Senzu would have dropped the bomb in the most uncomfortable place ever. Top silo alone. Oh.
Zontix, though, steps... Oh, okay, yes, sir-ree. Ooh, yeah. Zontix doing what Donk wished he could have.
Yeah, actually.
And that was as they were kind of departing, right? Look to me, I mean, the camera from Jay tells us that they're leaving. Fakes out Chev, and I understand why. Zontix just sprints in to get what he can before they leave. Now a 2v4 left over. You know, just 2 seconds earlier, Mongols were feeling great on the recovery for the pistol. Blitz coming at this. Great gymnastics work to climb the railing silently, but isn't able to anticipate Zontix. So a triple kill for Zontix and a close for Shirou. That is 8-5 in the score with a pistol in Spirit's back pocket.
Gets real scary here for the Mongol. I mean, even though this is Spirit's pick, but it's a best of 5, so you know everything sort of matters. this gets real scary without some kind of performance out of the Mongols. Expectation, again, underrated map for them. Scary pick for Spirit, but such a good first half. 2 pistols won already. This could very easily be stomp territory if Mongols aren't careful. And so far, Donk, not required.
And that doesn't mean he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he's going to have a stinker of a series.
Yeah, he's probably the best player to love getting carried. He always, whenever his team does well, is I love my team.
Well, yeah, because he's the guy who's the most unfamiliar with it.
Yeah.
I love exotic things too.
It was so cute the way my team carried me that game.
See, guys, you can do it too. But nobody does it like Donk. Not normally. Ooh, Senzu with the deagle. Zontic's kind of floating out in the open. Opens the door for a huge ramp charge. Donk believes in the multi-kill potential. And that whole fun thing you were having before he arrived, no longer a problem. MP9 to close it. Chopper hot in the heels of Donk, who definitely saved it, because the first M4 peeking with only 1, that didn't make up for Zontic's dying empty-handed.
No, not at all.
It was Donk that saves the day.
Yes, otherwise there would have been a little bit more scary going downstairs. Hard to take the guns over since they were in Turnpike, but it was a good start.
You know, one of the things that the Mongols pulled over top of Vitality in the victory yesterday was those Tech-9 Deagle moments, the solo AKs here and there. That was something that certainly kept Vitality on their toes. Between that and some pistol round wins, that's usually how the upsets come through. Spirit quickly stomp on that one. Where'd that nade come from? Frags hailing from above.
It's just getting high score bonuses.
Sprint over. Nemzinho now compromising secret control. Chopper not too far away. Sitting over towards the stairs, but...
It's very threatening outside position. The CTs have absolutely no information, and they all want to peek something. The Ts are covering everything except that beautiful moment for Donk to peek. In and out. And see, they don't have any idea of where anyone is.
Oh. You give him enough chances, and eventually Donk's going to find the connection. 2 kills to his name this round. Looking for more and more, but that walkout from Squeaky, I thought that'd be the end of Sway. Instead, fast reactions kills Techno and upgrades the gun. Confirms that the Mongols are still floating outside and goes for the climb back onto Hut. So difficult to come in through main to clear that.
Yeah, it's so non-committal here. First way, just 1 peek and he's out. Wanted that upgrade, nothing more. Very smart stuff. 910 down to 35 HP. This one won't be easy.
Chopper's not going to stomp, doesn't want them to know. Plays in front of the flashbang, and that'll bode well for him. Bomb to the dirt. And Chopper needs no assistance down on the lower site. Just lets them come to him, sweeps them down into the radioactive waters of that B site, and puts Spirit to double digits, 10-5.
Oh, that's where it came from.
Give me that back.
It wasn't a kill streak reward. What if this is like Cologne all over again, where Vitality go down to a competitor, then that competitor loses in the finals?
I mean, if we want to play that game, I'm thinking to myself, Spirit are waiting to try and take a huge bite out of what has been 2025's #1.
Yeah.
We'll return to this. We've already got a player down the ladder and 4 to challenge ramp. Oh, he goes back to the second target to clean it up, and bomb hits the ground. So this round, you thought it had legs on it. Rounds like these also kind of gave Vitality a run for their money. Not this time. So Spirit shut it down. And Spirit want to shut down Vitality, but Vitality aren't holding up their end of the bargain and getting to these BO5 Grand Finals for Spirit to kind of get their attempt to take it back.
True.
So in the meantime, Spirit, I guess, will just keep beating the upset winners.
Yeah.
That's how it feels. It could be the parallel.
And they are tough competition. And it's not like, for example, it's not like Mongols have never beaten Spirit. They've beaten Spirit.
Sure.
They actually knocked him out of last Cologne, or took that win in the
2024
quarterfinal, upper bracket, something like that.
Yeah.
So that was, you know, that's one of the top 5 teams they could take down. Since then, though, It's been pretty one-sided.
Yes, sir. Only played once in 2025. 13-6 Anubis, 13-11 Dust 2 for Spirits. So no map wins over Spirit this year, and tonight they will need 3.
If we're really lucky tonight, we get an overpass. That's what we're looking for. Spirit looked so fun on overpass already. Plus it's Mongol's first time, totally untested.
You want 5 maps of Counter-Strike? I got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
But the Mongols T side, not yet where they want it. Not even a bomb plant in the first 4 rounds of play. Ooh. They will, however, cross the secret.
No
this
test
gets
on
them
the
a little closer.
Yeah, no test on the outer cross and a preemptive smoke down lower.
Uh-oh.
Chopper.
Yoy. Oh, they didn't come through just yet. But understandably, Chopper gets pounced on.
That was almost a crouch moment. Turned around to pick up a nade, dodged the flash, jumped in a vent.
Zontix can't stop him from getting onto the site, and so no challenge on the outer yard has really allowed for the Mongols to close the distance into the B site. You kind of let him get close enough to bite. And now Senzu still close enough to close out all 5 deaths for Spirit on the table. And he will just dance with Donk a little on those edges. This is the most convincing round because it's the only round that the Mongols have won on the attack.
To be honest, yeah, but also like, this is a round where Spirit don't do anything in response to the cross smokes. Everyone crossing quietly. You should still have some pressure on those smokes, either spamming them, nading them open, playing within secret or whatever. And the only thing we really had was Chopper playing back, throwing a smoke super early, which in my opinion looked a little bit like, whoa, what are you so worried about? It's because they had no info. None of the CTs elsewhere on the map were actually doing much. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mongol tries something similar. See why Spirit haven't given them an answer.
I'm very certain we'll have more attention outer this round for Spirit. And it begins with Shirou looking for the same duels that Donk has kind of signed up to at times, but with the op instead. And he'll await that red cross. There's a deep wall of smokes already, so sure enough, this is a great angle for Shirou. And the fact he slides beneath the eyes of the silo hold gives him a chance to escape. Blitz on the walkout through credit card doesn't end up finding him, and now Donk takes the place of Shirou. M4 over the op, on the prowl.
Oh, timing. Crazy.
Here's the stops, and Blitz wins the duel.
Wow, really prepared for that.
There goes the man advantage at 45 seconds. Senzu wants to go join, but he also wants to do it quietly, so it looks like they're going to go 2 Heaven and 2 elsewhere.
And when Heaven gets threatened, now there'll be a push from the CTs forward. Techno knows they're going to come into this.
But he's also dealing with the squeaky door and has a fight with ZywOo.
But he doesn't have to technically take this duel if his teammates are coming.
But Shirou doesn't have to go through hut because the ramp players actually pushed around lobby, but right now, no CTs considering Heaven.
Yeah.
ZywOo back sight in a panic is trying to turn around to it, dodging flashes. Shirou in a tough spot continues to tear up bodies as they step forth into that scope. It does open the door for the cross into backside. Blitz will remain above as Techno plants behind the silos. A frag with his name on it to soften up the rifle. Techno tries to take the challenge, and he'll hit that headshot quickly. A frag that's only for the quarter of Zontix as Blitz awaits, now confirmed player down beneath him. Oh, this is critical. And there goes Zontix stepping into it as the fire burns. A huge reroute from Chopper, blindsides one, and almost gives him a chance to finish that clutch.
That was very, very close. One bullet off that spray, and they don't have to think about how much control they had over that situation. Shirou really got them a lifeline, hitting those extra op shots as well as burst, but this is a 4v5 victory. They were able to take out Donk. He's kind of getting bested very often now. Even Senzu in that save. I know it's just a save, but that was one of the purest 1v1s we've seen for him. And there's a lot of confidence from the Mongols taking that duel. They do a great, Techno does an excellent job mauling the opposite vent, making it really feel like he's going to make the attack happen.
Sure.
Getting them out of that position. When they went for their tactic to double flash into the back of the site and peek, that was impossible to dodge that. In between both flashes, it was very fluid. in the back of Spirit's head, they know that the heaven threat could be there.
Sure.
Mongolz did an excellent job of just saying, like, even if you know this is coming, we're going to make it feel like it's a million other things you got to worry about.
They made the other avenues of attack feel like the bigger threat.
Yeah.
And I think that's why ZywOo scrambling into backside and just looking up was supposed to be quote-unquote enough, because in their minds it couldn't have been such an all-in. Now, just get through pistols, and the Mongols are within touching distance of Team Spirit still on this map. Economy bottoms out here for Spirit. A tall order nowadays. Techno loses 10 health. It's okay, he's young. The knees bounce back.
9 more lives.
Downstairs, they'll find no resistance. Took 10 outings versus Team Vitality for the Mongols to finally beat them once. They don't have that same amount of reps versus Spirit. Rifle gets picked up a second time for Shirou, but this is bomb planted. Bomb has been planted. And B-site overwhelmed. You know, when the questions about map pool this evening... Oh.
At least Smiles Zontics, what the heck was that?
Okay.
Oh, it's in rigor mortis now. Oh my goodness. What in the world?
Kind of unfair, if you ask me.
I mean... Air Zontics, man. Need that on a sneaker.
You know, yesterday Mongols taught us that they can win on new maps versus Vitality. They had only previously done it on Mirage and Nuke.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. That's what the desk highlight. Interesting first pick for Spirit, because we know Mongols have quality Counter-Strike to stand on in this opening map of Nuke. And now we're starting to feel it. Getting the better of Spirit outer a couple times, getting down to that B site in a tempo and pace that Spirit didn't seem prepared for.
What's so funny is that these recent numbers and the crazy skewed CT sides, Nuke is the only one that it seems to be T-biased.
Of course.
It's so random.
Sure.
And that's not even here just at the bounty. I'm pretty sure that was also maybe in the online portion, maybe Cologne as well. But but what's weird about that is with these two teams, that's definitely not true. Like when Mongolz like and 80% on CT side. But what we're seeing in this game maybe it's not that simple. Yeah, well, we'll see. If they win this round, it's game on. If not, then it was just a small streak back for the Mongols. Okay.
And a reason to believe as the series goes on.
Yeah, definitely. That's true.
And I think that's very important all the time in important matches, let alone a best of 5.
This is probably a round where Donk could be the reason, you know, release the tension a bit and be like, I'm back, because he's lost a couple of duels now that are like, And that when Mongols pulled off that win at Cologne versus them,
yeah,
it was Donk they neutralized. It really was.
Well, that kind of tends to be the win condition when it comes to fighting Spirit. Cage the Demon.
He still didn't have that below 1.0 rating or anything, but he somehow overcame it.
Main player dodging flashes. Oh, chopper from a distance. Donk ready, instant headshot. When you step into that crosshair, you know you don't have a lot of time. Do I need to remind you? A third challenge, third victim. And so Hut, all that remains here for the Mongols. 12th round secured here by Spirit. It is Chopper with a well-timed smoke spam that sets up Donk to succeed.
These flicks are airtight. I don't even think Techno's feet touched the floor. That was just so swift out of Donk. The spam as well was excellent right here from Chopper. Took one out, gave him a warning. But look how clean this second shot is. Boom. Oh.
Great support to try to close out. Donk laughs off the A-split. No denying they had Spirit's attention for a second. But now, okay, we still play on. That's a Blitz who was previously 7 kills into this game.
And this is the signature style of Mongolz, right? You're losing, things are getting ugly. You don't care. You go faster.
Charge down the battlefield.
Yeah.
We get Chopper over towards Decon and playing on this side of the door.
Mongolz don't get safe. They get angry.
Zontix and Shirou over towards ramp. Shirou starts to push, so Zontix is freed up to come help. Chopper just waiting for this fight. Crosshair's a bit low, and he still ends up getting the better of Blitz. Now, Zontix diving down into Dark is well known. Reposition here for Chopper, and he's got to be quick about it, because they could have just popped out. We hit 50 seconds, and Techno starts to take this look back at A. Huge pickup on a back turn from ZywOo.
They have vent.
And Shirou had also come downstairs to add himself to that. They were so convinced that this was going to end B that Shirou opts not to continue on that lobby flank. An emergency protocol that could have helped out in this chance. They have called it off. And I feel like this is Shirou maybe talking to ZywOo.
Yeah, they're trying to figure this out now because it felt like all we had to do was think about lower. That wasn't the case. There were still options here for the Mongolz. I think they thought this is anti-force. They probably don't have, they probably really are all committed to this lower hit. Uh-oh. Oh, they're just losing everybody. Just Shirou left alive, saving this op.
Money's already been a problem for Team Spirit. ICT's coming this way with nades. Shirou's not going to be able to keep it. Clean sweep of the defense. Much needed round for the Mongolz to break into the last few rounds of this map.
They don't get safe, they get angry. Again, another unceremonious death here for Donk. Smoke's broken open in his favor. Look at this reaction of Blitz. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's pure. That was such good contact on the slap.
That was very nice. That's how good Donk is. We now have to rate his table smashes.
Does he do anything badly? 100% at all times.
What a shot from Blitz. What a lifeline. It's more than just a shot. It's a lifeline for the round and the few that are left to play. 1 of 4 map points survived for the Mongolz. And Techno's Mac 10 versus Zontix. Oof, he picks it up. Wild getting dinked in the process.
With the Mac 10
gone.
And they've already got 910 into his outpost. They have lower. They can pivot around this position. They have lobby, which means the CTs can't push into it. Donk responds by dropping. They're clearing the control steps at the moment. See if he gets this kill fast. Don't tell me Blitz kills him again. No, it won't happen this time.
Whoa, Donk doesn't overstep that boundary.
Trying to run from the nades now. Hitting the head, but to be honest, they still have upstairs. They still have the option to go back up.
Techno's playing ramp at this moment. Trying to squeeze this eventually. Shirou definitely has a safer spot. Donk feeling pressured now.
Wait, they're gonna commit? They are.
Seconds, and they've got a back turned on ramp. Shirou with a pistol, sitting duck. And so Mzinho just brute forces his way through that smoke. They take over Team Spirit's B site. And with it, double digits.
Damn, I thought there was a chance that they changed their call, but when you see Senzu's even lurking out ramp, they have the 2 players coming down the ramp at the same time. They had everything in place. They could, oh, nice shot, Senzu. They could have lost someone to an op shot right there and still had full control of the lower site. That was really good movements here for Mongolz. Another solid T round. And now we talk about this game where Mongolz lost both pistols.
And still only 2 rounds away.
Yeah.
They send 14 flashbangs into CT spawn to get Chopper down for the count. And majority still up for the Mongolz. This is a 24-round game, I believe.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, CT side max $3,000. They're gonna save for the last round of play. I'm looking at 5-7s, a couple smoke grenades, that's it.
And this is because they're winning rounds and they're killing everybody in the saves.
Yes.
Not the first time.
So the one that should never...
I love that, it's a rush.
...be for Spirit is here at hand. 5-7s across the board, huge charge. First good contact of damage, though, is to Spirit's favor. And Zontix, he's gonna keep his head down. Half-ass clears the bomb! The double doors gets pushed to join back up, and luckily here for the Mongols, it's not like Spirit had many other players that dangerously close. But a sketchy spot to wake them back up for a second. Mongols were afforded space down on lower. They went into the dark corners. They cleared it all out once they were able to get past that P250.
The fact that this game could go 24 rounds is actually pretty astonishing, considering the T side, considering the 2 pistols, 1 for Spirit, and honestly, considering the fashion in which Spirit won some of their rounds. So decisive on T sides, crushed the economy of the Mongols more than once. Massive 2Ks from more than just Donk, right? Not just him carrying every single round. Lots of signs that it's a very one-sided game for Spirit, and instead, here we are. Round 24. Full pressure on you, Spirit.
It's that big multi-kill moment from Donk inside of main that was kind of his glowing moment so far in this best of 5. His impact sprinkled in with kills here and there, but that was the big one. Are there limitations? No, not really. Healthy nades, M4s, and an AWP for Shirou.
Yeah, I mean,
the Mongols went with aggression in the round prior, knowing they were up against pistols.
Yeah, they don't really have nades at ramp. Zontix doesn't have nades outside either. That's maybe less important, but here they're looking to catch a heaven wrap with Zontix's spot. Maybe they could try to reclaim outside. They don't have any HEs to break smoke. Oh, they do. Okay. All right.
A walk into the sniper, is that it? Shadow advantage is huge here for Shirou. They bait out the shot. He confirms 2 bodies. Donk's the one that gets the kills. With a missed op shot, he just stands in the flames as if it's where he was born and slays all 3. Big multi-round moments, not as common as you like to see for Donk here on Nuke, but when they really need it, in the 24th round of play, he delivers a map-ending triple kill over towards that ramp, and as per usual, the rest of Spirit are there to close out. Call him when you need him, because he just saved Spirit from a comeback from the Mongols and a potential overtime loss.
By the skin of their teeth, Spirit get map 1 over the line. An admirable T-side coming out of the Mongols. It was just down to those final inches. And a triple kill going in the favor of Spirit to be sealing up this one in regulation.
2 great T-sides stopped in their tracks by Donk just doing what he does. I mean, how many times are we going to see this kind of stuff where this is a well-crafted peek? I mean, it's a good peek, it's concerted, and then he just goes for the full wide swing, the full commit on the spray, and he just gets all of them. It's unbelievable how Donk just keeps getting away with this.
That's Donk on his BS, man. That's Shirou getting jiggled out flawlessly, goes for a weird jiggle. I honestly thought he should have been taken down, but Donk's there. Donk's there spraying down 3. I was saying the round before, don't let Donk get an AK. You can do it with M4 too.
It's so egregious for him to go for those kind of lanes as well, like particularly when you've got OT looming and looking incredibly likely with the way Mongols were playing in that second half.
And it feels like also the pressure just didn't get to him at all, okay? Yeah. There's this comeback that's mounting for the Mongols. What does Donk do on round 24 when all the pressure's on? He says he just lets complete loose. I mean, to just jump into the flames like that, to just fully commit, it's so ridiculous, man. And I thought the Mongols were doing such a great job. They were getting a lot of space. They were having some nice conversions onto bomb sites. They were waiting for their lurkers to make plays, and then it just all gets stopped with a fist fight, a bloody fist fight.
We spent so much of this pregame talking about how the meta is moving CT-sided. You have Mongols, they lose 7-5 on their CT side. They can't get anything done. They go into T side, they lose both pistols, and they come through, and they have round after round of great play, great ideas, great strats, and they're so close to converting. And Donk not having the greatest game still, the confidence go for a play like that.
It's kind of weird though, because on the graph that we showed in the pre-show, right, Nuke is one of the only maps that hasn't really fallen too much in that. Do you think there's any particular reason for that?
It feels like a lot of teams are still playing what I would consider the old meta of T-sides, where you're just trying to chip away, you're trying to buy Tech 9s, buy Galils, just have a couple poppy plays, but those aren't good enough. Those ones haven't been good enough. And Nuke, it really is that teams are making so much more of a concerted effort to just run the playbook that they've already had. You can't play Nuke by just brawling it out that much. You've got to layer your smokes. You have to look for misdirection. There's a lot of trickery on the map, and that hasn't changed. I think that the sample size is admittedly very low. Cologne still had a CT-sided Nuke, for example, but I feel like the symptom of the new economy hasn't really been felt by everybody just yet, and the play hasn't really adapted, except for Nuke, where it was evergreen, the calls.
You can't win Nuke if you're brawly, except for if you're Donk, I guess. Let's go back to the first half, though, because you had your eyes on Mizinho coming into this one. What was the story of him on this?
Yeah, me and Maui both brought up Mizinho because he is one of the most important players. He hasn't had the greatest event so far. Here's a couple of rounds. We've strung them together to show the game plan as well, because initially you have Spirit. They find 2 entries. They get the entry there, they get Senzu trying to rotate down Ven, then you have Techno get aggressive, but the key here is Mizinho leaves ramp, goes through secret, catches Spirit off guard. That was a 5v3 turned into a 3v1. You can be critical of Spirit if you want, but going into the next round, they think to themselves, okay, when we get an entry, you know what Mizinho wants to do? He wants to leave ramp. So what are we gonna do? We get an entry, ridiculous entry from Chopper. They go for the ramp play. Mizinho actually rotates back just about in time, but not quite. And he actually had a slight delay juggling nades to get back there, but he's 2 seconds too late, and that Spirit gonna punish you every time.
It's a great adaptation. It's a great recognition. We've got a couple other rounds actually that show just how they were able to hone in on the activity of the Mongolz as well.
It happened at the tail end of that T-side for Spirit. Obviously, as we've been talking about, you know, T-sided rounds are so valuable for your side. Let's dive into round number 11 straight away, because I believe Shirou was the one kind of opening up this execute for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple ones. I mean, Shirou did a great job in round 11 and round 12. Round 11, he's the one that just kind of initiates the pick into this play.
Bad flash.
Unfortunately not a perfect flash for Mizinho there on his own peak. But even in a 4-on-4 situation, I'm a little bit surprised by Techno's willingness to just take the duel right there. It feels like he's in the key position, could play the crossfires with 9-10. But you'll see in this one, really, just the way that Spirit, they keep lurkers in so many positions that if you're Mongolz and you want to spring back into a round with some extra activity, you're caught so quickly. And even to finish the half, they do the same thing. They throw an execute, and really the Mongolz just play right into their hands.
Yeah, let's roll round 12 straight away, right? Because it's same thing coming down for Spirit.
That's one of those rounds where you, as Mongolz, they have this play style and they like to be brawly. They see the exec coming out. They're trying to get inside of the exec, not give any time for Spirit to get anything done. But Spirit, such a good team individually, they can win these duels. And so with Mongolz, when they're losing these sorts of gunfights in these situations where they're trying to get inside and not give the opposing team time to regroup, it ends up looking like they're just kind of all over the place, that they're not playing as a team. But I think that's kind of the point.
Spirit really just rolled out the red carpet for the Mongolz, and the Mongolz predictably just walked right across it. And it was right into the waiting arms of all of the players that are just safekeeping all of the extremity positions. And you have to live by your playstyle. It's what got them that victory in round 4 with Mizinho and Techno just kind of throwing out the playbook and just going for some individual plays. But it is also something that Spirit was abundantly aware of, as they proved on multiple rounds.
Shout out to Shirou throughout the entire duration of this map as well. Not only closing out those moments we saw, but also opening them up as well. He was really not afraid to be getting in the action for this one.
And he had a bit of a slow start in this game. I mean, I don't think he had more than just a couple kills for the first 5 or so rounds, but this is what Shirou's been so good at the bounty, and really in general. I think people really underestimate his ability to just entry into a bomb site. Sure, it's not typical with he's not going to just sprint on in and just whip his op around, but he is so good at playing for contact. Just having a contact play set up for Shirou where he knows the tendencies of opponents, the ones that they're going to jiggle onto corners, jiggle onto angles, the peaks that they're going to make. Shirou, his arms are wide open at all times and just ready to greet them.
The thing about Shirou is that he has the aim, he has the reactions to hit the flashy shots when he needs to, but what I love about him is he plays Counter-Strike the correct way. He posts up with the op, he plays for the trade oftentimes, he waits for, we saw that round, Mazzino throws a bad flash, swings right in. So many of those clips are just players swinging into him and giving him a kill because he knows their tendencies, he knows how they're going to peek the angle, he gets the frag, and then later on in the round, he can activate those insane clips, those ridiculous flicks and reactions and make crazy plays.
The elevator pitch for Shirou is not sexy at all. You're just saying he hits a lot of the easy shots with good reaction time, and he's a pretty good late round player. But when paired with what
Sounds like a tweet I've heard recently.
He's the GOAT of hitting boring op shots.
I thought there was another GOAT that you already named.
ZywOo.
But the way it works in tandem with how Spirit like to create space, put pressure on the map, he's the perfect fit, and it's like a glove. When he and Donk are together in the server, you cannot win the early round, you can't win the late round. They're covering all their bases with practically 2 players.
How well did ZywOo fit into all of this then, guys?
I think he's an underrated aspect in that you didn't hear his name necessarily all that often, but he was in a ton of close rounds, very interesting situations. The 5v3 we showed on round 4, this is it here. He's in a 1v3, he turns it back on its head, and although he doesn't end up winning this round, that economic damage, even with the new economy, still ends up mattering. It's going to end up putting Mongolz onto an eco earlier than they wanted. It messes up their economy quite badly. And then throughout the T side, when you really look at it, Magic so far was better than ZywOo on the CT side, but on the T side, ZywOo adds just another dimension to this roster.
ZywOo wasn't the most fitting plug-and-play member to be added for Spirit in the stead of Magic's, but his explosive qualities are something that I like Magic's, but Magic couldn't match some of those moments.
Yeah.
The multi-kill potential that ZywOo has, and the fact that he can just turn around on its head so quickly with a successive amount of perfect burst shot kills is something that now Spirit are just relishing in terms of how much of a luxury that is, that he's got this potential, and it's getting better. Like every single series I see with ZywOo, I'm seeing progress. That's the best part about this.
100%. Either way, for Spirit, they are now 1-0 up in this best of 5 grand final. But as you can imagine, plenty more Counter-Strike still to come. It's going to be going down on Mongolz map pick of Mirage in just a few. grand final of the Blast Bounty continues, but before we dive on into that, it's time for you guys at home to potentially get involved in the action and have your say. There will be a survey link going down in the Twitch chat or YouTube chat, depending on what you're watching on, where you guys can be saying, any improvements moving forward, things you like, things you want to see change. So yeah, take the opportunity to have your say in that link during the chat. Either way, we do have Mirage, tried and tested from the Mongols, because we literally saw them yesterday beating Vitality on this very ground. What stood out to you from that game?
Well, I liked a lot of the ways that the Mongols were able to pick apart the Vitality defense. I really feel like this is the map where they can pivot rather well. I think their default players across the map can always hold their own when pushed on the extremities. And I feel like their mid control also just gets enough space. So we'll have to see how Donk, Shirou, they're able to adapt to the variety of nades that come out from the Mongols.
The interesting thing about Mongols on this map is their timings. When it comes to mid, Spirit against a lot of other teams, they have a really good read of when a hit is coming, when they can toss down their utility, when they can empty the util belt and expect a hit to be coming. But Mongols so often are able to change up the timings and prompt an aggression into Palace or an aggression into ramp when they're not really going for it. Or they can get a team when they're going for the re-aggression to mid, they can exec A site into an empty site or B into a B site. But I actually am most interested in their execs. I think they've got a really strong B exec on this map. Chopper hasn't been playing B that long. I think that could be a very important part of the map.
Yeah, what's the tale of both in-game leaders if we're looking at it from that perspective, Maui?
I don't really love Chopper on the B defense necessarily, but on the T side, man, he was also just throwing so many different fakes towards Mouz yesterday that even if Spirit don't get the majority of their dirty work done on that CT side, I've seen this team just pick apart Mouz yesterday. So anything goes.
Well, it's time to keep this grand final rolling. It's the pick of Mongols. It's Mirage.
We keep the grand finals rolling and hopefully also the Mongols rolling. When they were in that form to make that second half comeback just now on Nuke, that's when I knew, okay, we've got a game on our hands tonight. And I don't anticipate Mirage being a total flop either. A couple extra pistol round wins and maybe, just maybe, the Mongols win a map in this best of 5 because God knows that Nuke could have been their win if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Spirit haven't beat Vitality on Mirage, have they? And now we have Mongols beating Vitality 3 times. They're really good at this map. They looked super strong yesterday. Honestly, there's an argument back on Nuke that they maybe played a better overall game. We have to look back at the rifles and everything, but they got 11 rounds without any pistols. They really pushed Spirit to the limit. So let's see if they can replicate what they showed us yesterday.
ZywOo will be looking to replicate what he showed us in the semis. Lights out performance on B-site Mirage. And right off of the pistol, he gets a chance to slow things down with that smoke. It bodes well for Spirit when he is finding his comfort zone and playing that way. Donk asked in the post-game by Darth Mike.
Playing that ZywOo.
What was it about ZywOo that allowed him to do this? And he just went, ZywOo showed us his mechanical skill. He said it in a way like,
it is true.
Like as if he has always known the potential, and that's why it is his bold prediction for this year.
It is true.
Zontic sees bodies cross down on the B floor. Finally recovers vision. I'm shocked the player's sight didn't get that kill in the meantime. He kind of lets Zontix get away with one, and then ZywOo through the smoke. Oh, that's just insulting, isn't it?
All those way through the smoke.
Finds the line. Finds the lineup. Donk wants a bit of that action as well. They're waiting for the other two players for Spirit to get into the cat retake zone. That's Shirou and Chopper on one side, ZywOo and Donk on the other. Mongols stuck between both attempts at this retake, but now Techno's got a bit of sanctuary into that back market. Bomb is not planted for him, hits on default. And ZywOo just has his way with this pistol round.
Great.
Finding his zone through that smoke and following through to close it.
Everyone chipped in. I mean, even the fact that Zontix, like you said, stayed alive, ate the flash, full blind the entire time. They run by him. Now, this is also partially because if you're jumping out of the window, you have to get your kills, but you also have to scale. If you get too tied up in any engagement, then, you don't get to E-box, your opponents jump out of the window, then the whole round's in jeopardy instead of just that one duel. So, yeah, Zontix could have died sooner, and it's a miracle that he got his kill, but he had to get it as soon as he woke up from that flash. He had about half a second to pull that off, and he did. So 3 pistols up in this series for Team Spirit.
Chopper feeling real frisky. If there's a force buy out there on the field, and you push this MP9 into their hands as the only guy at B, now what?
Yeah. There's that push, totally punished. Techno with his full kit of utilities, feeling grateful to have it. Now just spending that money. It's a pretty scary spot here for Spirit. Lots of utility left over.
It's pretty scary, and it's one that felt pretty avoidable. They try to make a move, and it'll keep the remnants of Spirit on their toes.
Unfortunately, it looks like they're playing into Spirit's hand. This would be a good round to go for the cat split to take it B. And they're hoping that Spirit over-rotate, but Donk's just holding back and spawn.
ZywOo trying to get the frag out to connector. Pack of players comes over top. Palace swing gets cleaned up by Zontix, who's going to deliver the double kill. And as they push beyond that bench, nobody's allowed into the site. Nice triple here for Zontix. And ZywOo also in with one.
Damn, good tracking on that. And yeah, as much as there have been some great rounds from individuals on Spirit overall, just like fragging, game plan has also looked really pristine. Again, there was that round where they figured out exactly how Mzinho was going to play ramp, and they, ISO'd him, and the pistols they've had to counterplay, the late rounds where they've stacked correctly, like they're making as many good reads as they are hitting good shots. And that might go under the radar.
Zontix touted for his CT side impact. We get a piece of it that round when he has a weapon advantage. And if the rumors are to be believed, enjoy his CT impact while you can. He'll be showcasing it on this A site, working with the new blood.
He is a CT specialist.
Not a single flash to get them out, but just Deagles to rock heads. Still though heavy. Oh, Senzu insta-kills Donk.
Donk.
They put a smoke in front of the ramp, but that doesn't matter. 3 players still ahead of it. Techno gets one with a Glock. The Palace player scrambles, the stairs hold, and a flashbang at the perfect moment to keep an additional piece alive here. That is now an M4 picked up as well.
No, another kill.
Desert Eagle out from the Palace. The pistols are pushing through, but we go back 2v2 with low health on Techno. They're gonna go for the bomb plant. That's money made. Zontix on the scene, sweeps away the planter, and it's gonna come back to the Senzu Desert Eagle. The same gun that kicked off this push out the ramp could be the gun that ends it. But Chopper, a multi-frag to keep Spirit's CT side flawless, barely standing in round 3.
I can't believe how effortlessly he was weaving between the fights, avoiding the nades, getting to better positions, and then hitting that second to last shot. Unbelievable here for Senzu.
That's a warning of what's to come. I love how he's the one laughing and smiling.
Stop fooling around, guys. Stop making me laugh.
Chill. Just get it back on. And honestly, yeah, laugh should be muted because we've got 4 deaths.
No laughing on Connor's team.
No, sir. Not when you almost just died to Deagles and a Glock.
Yeah.
Enjoy your moment of relief and then get right back into the lab. There's a lot of utility when it comes to that underpass stoppage on Blitz.
He didn't see that. Oh my goodness.
But right now he hasn't been hit by anything. No nades with his name on it. He will just keep working up middle, ever closer, trying to get this Donk challenge going.
Blitz is so good at this, but who better than to fight back than Donk? They know he's going to be here on stairs. I mean, they know it. Donk is holding for them to walk out through the smoke. Sometimes you walk crouched, sometimes you fight right here, and Donk wins over Blitz.
Senzu doesn't denounce himself. Waiting for the swing out, he will push Donk over the line. We go 35 seconds left on this clock. Ramp play really wants to get going. ZywOo's got to stay fixated towards it, and Chopper's going to ensure that he can.
Missed, surely.
ZywOo afforded a little bit more space forward, but that's where he ends up getting killed as he tries to push outwards. Chopper had actually peeled back. Shirou makes up for that slightly, but no coverage of the bomb plant, and so these ticket peaks just end up taking away late legs on the Mongols.
Yeah, too often, to be honest, they don't think about how their post plant's going to go. They'll just put the bomb down when they can. And here's a spot where, yeah, it would have been hard to fight for more control on the site, especially with the time coming down, but maybe they could have. Maybe there was a better way to do that. Here, though, this makes things a whole lot easier. That raw duel won by Donk. They know he's going to be playing on the stairs. They're trying to find him. They don't put any special utility, like they don't have Mzinho try to flash Donk standing on the stairs. They just wanted to approach him and see what happens.
We got Mara on the phone.
Every time Donk's been countered in that position, you know, famously that Mouz game, it's with utility, right? That's going to be the difference between the good and the best teams when it comes to dealing with the best player.
We're talking Austin quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm. No, it was one of Donk's worst Mirage performances. It was farther back than that, but like, you know, you can be the best player in the world, but you're still going to play every position in 3 to 5 spots, like tops. There's only so many ways that you can play a map in a position, and connector for that matter. So, you know, we look at the mini map, half the time Donk is going to be sitting right here at the top of connector by the stairs. And the reason is because it's so versatile. You can turn around, fight Palace, come catch a lurk inside a window, come back to stairs, PK ramp.
There's that utility for Blitz I was alluding to. Frag grenade off the backboard of middle. Zontix gets the damage in.
How'd that get extinguished? Most of that molly was not in the smoke.
Ooh, ZywOo shoals an elbow.
Uh-oh.
Zontix doesn't pounce on his kills either. Shirou's got one. Now Bomb is still sitting back top middle, and Donk has got a chance to just feast in the middle of all this, but he drops the ball. And Shirou, still threatened by Palace, presents his head on Ticket. Now the bomb is going to drop into B because, oh boy, Techno has found what he thinks vacant bomb site. Senzu's still up in the apps.
Chopper, is he going to take the stool though? If he does, okay, if he doesn't, then the bomb will walk into him.
Boy.
Wait, what if he could defuse this without killing anybody?
Executes the planter, and he thinks that the other's in market, so he lets his guard down. Oh boy.
I was dreaming big right there. I was like, oh, man, what if there's a 1 in a million chance he could do? Because if he kills them, he's going to get found.
Like Mongolz is going to get him with a silent defuse.
No, right there, what you do is you sit fan.
Behind him.
You sit fan.
Okay.
They've already cleared it. You sit fan.
Let them all leave.
Let them all leave. You saw how early Blitz searched that other round?
They do hunt hard. They do hunt hard.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can't blame you for believing. But instead, we get the first round for the Mongols, 5 rounds into play. 4-1. Another timeout, so we're getting these in early.
Getting 11 rounds without pistols is impressive back on Nuke, but if you don't win any pistols, you're not going to win this series. So 3 good starts in a row here for Team Spirit. They can afford to lose a round. This is kind of all posturing right now for Spirit. They have like not really even a slight B lean. They're really trying to play reactive and probably just trying to play on their toes, just get ready to rotate quickly. Donk's the only one with a rifle in his usual spot.
And there's no surprises with Donk's positioning. You want the fight, you know where to find him.
Yeah, it's just very hard to trick the other team when you don't have any nades to do it. But the lean is coming. Donk is going to make the right rotation.
Zontic's full blind on catwalk, still recovers in time with the one.
Here he comes.
Donk is on the site. Oh, but Mzinho back around bench, just hits him. And then standing inside of the fire, Zontix can't manage it, and Blitz has already gotten eyes on this 5-7 stuck on ladder. So Donk getting out, more concerned with the front of sight than Mzinho wrapping around bench. And the final two pieces will be held back by Blitz, as the Mongols very quickly cut their path up through catwalk and into that B bomb site. You know, Zontix held his, but Cat doesn't end up being that important when your site players and market fall so fast.
So it is nice to see a setup like that where it's not a stack, but they're playing very close to all the mid positions. They are ready to move very quickly, and you can see that Donk with the red. And the problem is with stacks, sometimes you play with no information on one half of the map, and then it's way too late to ever get over because they've snuck in, they planted the bomb, and you... That was guttural, man. I love that. That was straight from the soul. Couldn't even see Mzinho, but in that spot, they had a really good way of actually having a chance to win the round. And I think that's why we saw Donk get so frustrated. But now there's no rifles here for Team Spirit.
9-10 walks the open, and it's Shirou down. I was actually quite surprised to see Donk come out from market and try to fight front sight when Cat was held so well. And Zontix had gotten away from it. You know, felt like he thought they were slotted in, but I suppose if Donk can't see you first, that's your best chance at dropping him. We slow this round down to a crawl for the Mongols because they know that openings might not come so easy again.
Yeah, and in CS2, this is all you got to worry about. You still want to go for the same cat splits you did back in the day, which we can call that CSGO. But you have to worry about the smoke breaks on connector. That's so much vision for the CT side. It allows you to stack really heavily on A and not have to worry about anything else. But once that, you carefully, you know, you respect that smoke and you carefully pass by it, well, it's an easy round. You get around the corner on Cat, they haven't lost a player yet. Mongols are in this game.
In this game and in control.
In control?
Let's say in control.
In control of the game.
In control of the game. Yep.
Don't you have to have a lead or something, or like be on the... No?
Because if they had won the pistol, you know what I mean? A pistol in conversion, is that control? No.
Well, but they didn't win both pistols and then they lost the map last time, so were they in control? Hey, listen, you're asking too many questions.
In control for the moment.
In control for the moment.
Slightly
okay.
a little bit maybe.
They're writing, they have the pen, they're writing the story.
You know, they're replying.
Okay. We've downgraded
Donk,
to replying.
Dear Donk, we've received your message of 4 rounds in a row to start this half.
This is the second time this tournament that Zontix has very carefully checked the bottom of his mouse.
Watch this.
Okay.
In control.
Yeah, let's watch the in control round here from the Mongols. They got 4 back after the pistol lead on Nuke. Not sure if they got that 5th. Heavily intentioned A-side stack here for Team Spirit. No op available for Shirou. And you can kind of see how quiet the map is, that there isn't much for Spirit to reply with in terms of utility. They actually have no flashes left over. It's going to be hard to be disruptive. Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, Mongols take control of middle. Closer to the catwalk, split again.
Yeah, they are making it the same anti-force B split chopper just with this fall miss.
Frag grenades into smoke for all of Spirit combined. We got a party here inside of the ladder room. We'll go for the boost to come at this. They're just going to be worried about a peek from A, but Op can hold that if needed. 30 seconds. Now the scramble from Spirit starts to come over. Oh! Insta-clear from Mzinho, and then 910's off coverage is good. You've got Blitz inside of Connector. The only thing that goes well is Donk catching a player cut off from the bench. But the other two are still cut off by Blitz, and Donk's not even allowed to leave. The Mongolz never interrupted on their approach to that B bomb site, and they hunted down that opening kill as if they had a tracker on Chopper.
Honestly, it's because they had slowly cleared everything else out. It looked like they hard cleared him, but there wasn't even much left to look at. He was in one of the final spots, so I'll give it to you, Connor. They look like they are in control.
For now.
Maybe it's you who are in control.
But thank you. Both teams have a hand on the wheel.
Is that the best way to drive? By sharing?
No. They take it by force, and we'll see if that is what Spirit answer with.
You know, if the T's and the CTs work together, they win way more rounds.
Yeah, but they can never find the common ground. Man is flawed, after all. Not the Mongolz, though. No flaws on that one. MP9s. And what looked like a very kind of muzzled setup last round, like you said, with no utility. Can't really cause the Mongolz to swerve. So another one where, by the looks of it, we're going to sit back. Shirou at B early. You know, there was this really heavy B lean on Mirage from Vitality yesterday, despite the Mongolz not committing to that site continuously out of the gate.
So the thing is that the Mirage, you could stack B 10 times in a row, but if the T's have a proper B split in, there's not enough places to stand that are solid that stack will even work. So there's this sort of like, that's why you see these anti-force-ups always end on B splits. It's not that you can't win that way, but if it's going to be 5v5 at 40 seconds and there's 3 T's coming up CAD and 2 coming out upper B, and you only have pistols, it doesn't matter if you've got all 5 in the set, you're probably still going to lose. That's when Mzinho's going to come and hard clear you at fence. That's when Get Right's going to get molly before you come in. Bench is totally open. So here comes another attack.
Got Shirou's USP in the corner. You know that's always a one and done. Supposed to be, can't reach down. Arm's not long enough. Donk's SMG with a singular kill. Again, Spirit try to throw themselves once the Mongolz arrive. That'll get picked up.
If molly... Imagine it came down to time, though.
Surely. Oh, I thought he would reach it. Well, luckily they've got enough bodies to pick that up. Oh, that could have gotten awkward. But it's all good for the Mongolz. 4 players up on this one. Again, getting through the little bit of a test that Team Spirit could offer with relative ease.
There's sort of this frustration from Spirit where they're like, they got to come up with all these eco stacks now because Mongolz have been screwing up their money, and well, they want to make it these A stacks. I like the first one where they played a lot around mid and then just rotated over. But this round's finally the round where they just cut to the chase and like, let's just go for the B stack. We're not having any success, but it's actually a very good sign for the Mongolz that they're winning these cleanly. We're deep into the timeouts here. On round 10 only. Also, I saw another Ulaanbaatar watch party by the Mongolz for this game. Fans showing up in droves again. There's some crazy stat like 4% of the nation are playing Counter-Strike or watching or something like that.
Shirou gets no vision early. 910 also tries an opening pick. And with the slower pace that the Mongolz have played, I don't think you'd be too shocked if Chopper kind of got clipped by that. It would be a real tragedy for Team Spirit to go down man disadvantage.
Vu brought up this round. He said they have a really mean B take right now, and this is about to be the fullest strength B take ever. If Spirit thought this was coming, they would not be playing this setup at all.
Perfectly timed by the looks of it. Chopper chucks a smoke out. Zontix at least has the lineup through said smoke. But it's already going to require a scramble. The window challenge here by Donk.
That was nice.
Think about what's kept them in this round. And think about what's still to topple. A 9 health Blitz. Drops a player back market, leaves ZywOo on his own. What was early ZywOo impact on this kind of an approach is now getting pulled apart. Blitz on the op has gotten a couple of kills. It was a 3v4 post plant, and they don't even do a tidbit of damage. Perfectly sprinkled in, that all-in B hit when Chopper's not anywhere nearby to stop it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Blitz is calling circles around Chopper at the moment. I mean, coming into this position specifically, like, okay, the full-out attack. To be honest, the passive response where they pull up this boost and they get the spam through the smoke is all really nice. That gives them a chance to maybe go for the retake, but open sight off the jump. The timing of the B attack is perfect. Not a single anchor there dedicated. It's the totally wrong setup here for Team Spirit. This mid-control round is what Spirit were looking for last round. Right now, they're looking one step ahead.
And right back down to this draining pace that you know a guy like Donk hates. What a contrast to Spirit's last Mirage game.
Oh man, 9-10.
Low frags Donk, low frags ZywOo.
He's alive? Avoided that nade.
Eating shrapnel as we hit a minute. And again, the Mongols look to set themselves up for this B-site slice. Utility's gonna keep that MP9 preoccupied, but an MP9 and a 5-7 on the B site. Luckily, Shirou just catching Senzu over top of smoke.
They need Blitz to come up cat quickly.
Chopper's 5-7 goes down with nothing, and Zontic's pinned against this wall is gonna bank on Shirou's arrival. SMG with nothing, it's all Shirou so far! And with the damage on 9-10 and Blitz, it could still just get pushed over the line. It will.
Shirou, baby, 4 frags right there on the defense. That's beautiful. It looked like he could have kept going, honestly.
Those frag grenades soften them up top middle to make it a bit easier, but if it is not Shirou with that fast pace into the B bomb site, it feels like you let the Mongols get so much control, again, of a site that they just keep closing. Excuse me, it's not over top of the smoke.
Yeah, he's through the smoke.
That felt like one of those kills where, you know, he's just on top. But a nasty Shirou lineup. And Spirit looking to close out this half with at least a 2-round streak. Just some sort of a reminder to the Mongols that they're in this map.
That definitely feels like forever since we got a response.
That was a 6-round Mongol streak. And a lot of those rounds were nothing more than a whimper from Spirit.
Honestly, the Mongols, they just really ruined the economy for Spirit this half. It feels like for these last 6 rounds, it's been basically ecos and anti-ecos.
Maybe finally having guns will do some good for Spirit. That M4 worth its weight in gold, 1 round to go. Now ZywOo's got an AK-47, 2 more players to topple in Palace, with Donk behind him to help. But caught throwing a frag grenade, Senzu down to half health, and that connector walk-up's gonna put the challenge back onto Shirou. Up close on the lamp smoke, a no-scope to his counterpart, a headshot onto Senzu. It is overkill for Shirou as he's trying to take control of the last couple of rounds. But Blitz has got the answer! It's 2 headshots back from Sandwich and a wine V3. Blitz knows no bounds. the second time this playoffs, Blitz stuns us with a 1v3 clutch to close a T-side on Mirage. Difference being versus Aurora, it was the only round they had. Tonight, this clutch right here is just another on the pile of the Mongolz win.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy, man. The bullets, it looked like it was Senzu. And then that tap in the end, Mara had to give it up. Darf asked during the break, is Techno the best, or sorry, he asked Techno, is Blitz the best frag in IGL? And he said, absolutely. I've been playing with Blitz for so long, I've never seen anything like it.
There's a reminder of it. 3 bullets in the magazine as he taps out that last. Flashes over top of the ramp though, pressure. If Team Spirit can't pick up a pistol, are they dead in the water? It'd be the first for the Mongolz, and it would come at a very convincing time, but this round goes right back where it came from, diving back into ramp.
They could probably do an analysis, you know, for all of Donk's matches on how many times Donk is set in the game. This would be one of the lowest, I think, for a map. And as good as he was at the end of last series, or last map, it definitely felt like less presence.
Yeah, it wasn't godlike until that fired kill. Triple. Berettas for Techno. Chopper goes sailing through the sky. Long jump gold medalist.
There he is.
And, okay, back to it, huh? We'll see how long he can keep it up, because there was only a couple rounds back on Nuke. Donk, he's got another one. And with it on Mzinho to cross over, it's 2 health now for Shirou! And 2 health is enough. By God, he's closed it. Another pistol for Spirit.
Yeah, no pistols so far in this series. They're looking to do this the absolute hardest way possible. Nice kills from Donk, nice close from Shirou. It's about as close as it gets.
And an ice cold close from Shirou as well, because 1 bullet takes him out. Gives Mongolz the pistol. Mongolz looking like they're gonna let this one go. No armor for the Force. Couple deeds floating out there as they do. But a fast move for Spirit into this B bomb site. You know, this is gonna call on a big T side for Team Spirit, and I just wanna pick your brain before the gun rounds start. Where is it that you place Spirit in the conversation of T sides and Tier 1?
Yeah, right now, I mean, we're seeing everybody really succeed on CT sides. One of the reasons I thought an upset could happen today is because Mongolz, they had an impressive T side versus Vitality. They had one just now on Nuke as well. Spirit, on the other hand, they play maps like Ancient. It feels like almost just throw away their T sides. I think the desk brought it up that mentally it feels like you could just do whatever on T side and get some rounds and be pretty good, but right now you can't do that. And I think Mongolz, we saw last half,
yes,
that was a little bit grueling how seriously they were taking those T side rounds, but they didn't disappoint with them. They didn't actually come up with 3 rounds. They took it very seriously and they actually had a very good T side. I don't think Spirit have actually figured that yet.
Right.
I don't think they actually are respecting how heavily CT favored this meta is. I think they've just been able to make all the comebacks very easily so far. So I'm actually thinking this is going to be the biggest test for them, even though we're still early days into the meta. But I do agree with the desk that half of this battle is mental. The changes haven't been so significant that it could just mean you're going to instantly crush. But the numbers are showing that there's obviously some difference, whether it's mental or some. I don't think the Promise has got that good that suddenly everyone's supposed to be winning every round on CT side.
Wow.
That's a nice find. Make it 2, maybe.
I guess we'll see how much respect Spirit put on these approaches as the T side goes down. No way Blitz has the confidence to go back, but that's the problem. The trade-off, that smoke that was keeping him safe, fades. He'll bring one with him, and the damage looks good, though. That's the difference here. Shirou, Donk, both 2 weak pieces. This is a round where Spirit may need to bank on ZywOo and Zontix instead.
Oh.
And with Mzinho just floating out on that mid windowsill.
Making it a 3v3 is crazy. Look at what it does to Mzinho's rotation. He's not tied up. He can move over towards A. That's where the bomb's going. 910 also going to get comfy here on the site. It looks like the T's are going to have to come up with one more strong kill unanswered. Love to see the timing here for Zontix.
Got a smoke on Shirou sitting inside of the ramp. Flash, double Molotov. There's going to be lines of sight here that the Mongols can certainly challenge. And 910's off angle is going to give them space to get out, so they'll be exposed to the stairs peak. As he lets them walk forward, it is an execution for 2 and a perfect tether from Mzinho.
That's pretty great. I mean, they split the difference on this, not as if they knew it was going to be A, but 2 players there. Techno, they said, let's just watch B just in case. They were hoping that this walkout happened, and it did. Spirit have used all their timeouts now, and they're actually very early on this T side. You see, oftentimes teams will save up those timeouts for this second half. Hallie's going to have to really make this efficient. And if I'm Mongol, I'm not even going to use those timeouts now. You know, only if you absolutely have to.
Yeah, for the time being, it feels like all the cogs are turning the right way.
Oh, here is that watch party, and you're not watching previous footage from the major. No, they're doing this for the Bounty Grand Finals. It is huge that Mongols have already taken down the #1 team in this playoffs, and maybe, I don't know, for the first time ever, have created a new #1 team, VRS, in Spirit, and then maybe could take them down too. What would you even call that?
2 different, the two-headed dragon, I don't know. 2 different #1 teams in the span of 24 hours. Major champions to Cologne champions, back to back in one day.
Yeah.
That is what's at stake for the Mongols.
And it's been a revenge tour, right? They took down FaZe from the before the playoff stage of the major, got the revenge in playoffs. Took down Vitality, who beat them in that grand final at Austin. Same thing with Aurora. There was that beef after they called them B tier on that tier list.
Now Spirit just the final stepping stone as far as Mongols are concerned.
Yeah, it certainly feels like this one's less personal, but just more impressive than anything else.
Whoa, trying to keep his head low. Blitz gets out of that corner at the right time. Spirit come climbing in. Chopper trying to find a lineup in a desperate attempt. We hit 40 seconds. Donk smoke soon to fade. Total mid-control here for Spirit, but Donk drops the ball. ZywOo's gonna try to make up for that. Chopper still in the window as that jungle player turns away, and Shirou catches the aggression off Cat. 2v4, and ZywOo slides outwards. This is the Mongols getting picked apart. And it's not off of Donk. He finds nothing here in round 16 of play. In fact, he gets bested first and foremost, and then everybody else around him finds a way to help.
I feel like so many small missteps here for the Mongols, actually. Mzinho gets his kill. That's huge. But how does Blitz forget someone could be in the window? Chopper was just in there spamming. The A-split comes forward. He gets killed to that lurk. 910 doesn't finish his frag inside of Connector. And just that touch of sloppiness on a couple of those engagements, and suddenly it's a 4v1 save. No chance for Techno to come back to this. Spirit went around. Again, I think this is off the back of the last timeout that they've had. So at least they find success here.
But no more fine-tuning will be afforded to Spirit unless Mara lets Hallie back in.
Yeah.
So Chopper is going to have to keep this ship steering straight. And this kill from Shirou as he covers Catwalk. Not sure if we have it, but it's an insta headshot coverage. Senzu was trying to get in as that death ball looked to rock up through Connector.
Yeah, that was a very nice frag from Shirou.
Now we've got some economic woes here for the Mongols. M4 for Techno, trying to really be the hero of map 2 because it's not Senzu, it's not 910. And unfortunately, it's not Blitz either. When victory felt achievable in Austin, it was off of the 9-10 Senzu domination on Mirage, and slowly in that series, we watched them fizzle out. They may not have won Nuke, but they were driving forces again. This playoffs has been a place for them to shine.
Looks like Spirit have them tricked with their setup. First half of the round left a scent of a B split, but instead Spirit immediately organized back to A. No lurkers involved in this at all. CT's starting to come back out of respect.
But here's that full-blown execute, right? Desk doesn't want half-assed Galil rounds. This one's got all the makings of a strong hit. Shouldn't have come with a cost, but a USP finds the one. That was scary for about 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, it was.
Scary for Spirit, that is, because they're looking to be cost-effective, build up the economy. You know, you're banking right now on Shirou. Alive, as always. It's not every day that Shirou gets to step out of Donk's shadows just because of how big of a shadow the kid casts. But you'd be a fool to forget that Shirou is a pillar for this team Spirit success.
Yeah, he's top 5 too. We're used to the rifler being the right end to the opper. But it is a new day, my boy.
Double window smoke. (9-10) sees the underpass, calling him. Anybody home? Donk ready to swing it. Oh, just jiggles it and gets out. 9-10 floating around down here, down to half health, caught on the corner. Oof, for a second, could have been the casualty of the round. Gets another target over towards Palace, so 9-10 going from fight to fight, but not really getting a chance to pull on anything. Sway's approach, now that the player beneath is burning, that could have been his kill.
He didn't hold it.
With fire on Mzinho's feet, he is given a chance to leave, and he opts not to run away, but to take the next fight, and that costs him.
And now 9-10 swings back around to the A site. T's look like they're still going in this direction. No, now they'll come back. Now Spirit have regained control. They can maybe make this a real nightmare for the CTs to guess what happens next. The idea is to isolate Techno, to make sure he can't get support off Cat, and to make Mongolz think that it's still going to be an A-site hit. Will they fall for it? Oh, this
Chopper
one's
drops
free.
it.
That comes back. Vision inside a middle. They're going to try to trade to get by, though.
That was for no damage as well, so Blitz content with how that's gone down. He even gets a second.
That's the bomb down, too. This actually brings them forward into the A site.
But it also activates Donk, and he will find that market kill, but it comes at a cost. Down to 20 health.
9-10 and CT spawn.
Certainly not ideal, but Shirou also takes the same path. And Techno gives him a glance, gives him more than that. A headshot comes out to the Mongol's favor. 10 seconds to the clock. Donk picks up bomb, but it costs him an extra second.
No chance.
And that's gonna cost him the clutch.
He's got to get out.
Can't go swinging for it, and certainly can't afford to die after time. Mongols tie this game up at 9 rounds all off of Blitz, holding on to Connector and making that so much harder for Spirit.
So last frame kill right before he gets traded. Without that, and the bomb's still alive, surely they win this. But okay, here's a moment where ZywOo, yes, he did stand in the fire in balcony for 1 second. But if you held it for 2 seconds, that would have been for sure an engagement you win. Very smart from Mzinho, but it really was his only option. Got to calculate everything.
Okay, here we go. This one we're a little more used to. Donk immediately looking for a kill here.
Yeah, finally a tempo change, right?
Trying to weaponize Donk as you have in his entire existence in Tier 1.
And his 9-10 with A-Ram smoked, he can actually jump up if he wants to.
Ooh, Donk has slipped the net into jungle. Joel tracks Emzinho down the ladder. Nicely done. Challenge up from Senzu for the double kill. Donk still on the rebuttal. And with a player here towards Ticket, it is all Senzu so far. Triple kill to him. And down to 19 health as Techno's now on the scene, giving himself utility in front of it. ZywOo looking to make this happen. He's got a huge health advantage. Frag grenade could equalize that as he just goes for the plant. 3/4 his health is indeed enough. And he goes from he knows, dropping the ball 1 round to go, to closing out this one.
Sick to see this tactic out of Team Spirit. The way they got up connector, it was totally unprotected. Donk made his way to the top of it. No smoke there, no players watching it from stairs. Full vision as this came in. Track that right to under balcony. 9-10 covered in CT spawn. Whoa, this kill through firebox is nice. It's nice to see something different here for Spirit.
Sure. Agreed. Mara, let's Holly in.
It was a decent attempt in the 1v1, but the HP was definitely on Spirit's side. Mara knows. Without this map, we call it a wrap today. The 2 good chances, and without winning pistols, could be 2 good chances gone. This force down looks desperate.
Yeesh.
Oh man. Wow, that was a big round.
Here we
and,
go.
And a great call for Chopper, man.
Yep.
Something different. It
Yep.
works very well. Ooh. Wow, he's just still jumping. It's crazy.
Oh, brother, chill.
Yo.
Techno.
I mean, you got to make up for the fact that you don't have utility. So I respect being like, okay, if I keep jump spotting, he doesn't keep peeking me, then I won't have to use this, precious single flash that I've got.
At the same time, Mongolz making a move over towards ramp with the other MP9s. The ZywOo 1v1 that puts all of it on the line for the Mongolz here in the 20th round.
The last 2 force-up Spirit have rushed B straight up with a Donk entry at the MAC-10. The round before that, they faked the default to make it look like a B play, came back to A. This round, going B once again. Lean preset over here. They kill 1, but they're still Senzu.
That was a much-needed pickup from ZywOo as well.
Man, Emzinho's in their spawn.
Blitz is in between 2 players. And he's gonna, oh, it's actually Shirou on Cat to shoot beyond Chopper and get that. And with it, an open road towards A. A Hail Mary moment here for Emzinho. And the poor kid doesn't even have a rifle to work with.
Are they
but he
planning
will
for
have
him?
a bomb plant exposed to him.
Oh.
It was faked once.
Oh, it was faked?
And he doesn't bite. And then Chopper commits to it, but he's a little bit too late. He will still catch the headshot. Gives up his position and the element of surprise. But time is ticking for the Mongolz.
3-pronged attack in the retake here. Senzu with a good gun, but how in the world can they get this done?
No kit. This is problematic. Emzinho starts to come back, but 9-10 offers something to shoot at. Shirou head down now, angle held, and he's got both those players towards Ticket.
And just like that, most of the job is finished now. That's the last of the money here, gone for the Mongolz. The lead evaporated. It's going to be basically anti-force-ups from here on out.
Right between the legs. And a couple more here for Shirou. They can start to feel this one slipping because what was that huge streak of 6 rounds plus the Blitz 1v2, the 7-round T side.
Yeah.
We've yet to see the Mongolz string consecutive rounds together now. And so the money starts to creep back in and compromise it all. And in a game that's coming down this close,
this was the
pistols, man.
pistols.
Again, we've got to say it.
Again, very impressive to get 9 rounds, get 11 rounds without pistols. You can't say that's not impressive, but that doesn't matter when it comes to winning. This is the map also. We're talking about the one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in CS2. 11-1 down. The Mongolz came back on CT side here on Mirage versus Aurora in this playoffs. and haven't had any of that same
Although that is the kind of daunting challenge they succeeded at, that they need to remind themselves of and tap back into in the chance that they get another round win. If they can find one more. Full-blown execute coming through from Spirit, not skipping any steps. Donk the front runner here, and 910 waits for a moment to strike. He is coiled behind this box.
They aren't spamming it.
And nobody seems to be watching. So Senzu setting it up with that Deagle distraction is exactly what they need. A double kill from him and already a player on ramp. Blitz with the knife out again. What kind of madman is Blitz turning into?
Are you crazy?
Chopper trying to do the same thing that happened to them, but they're gonna figure it out. He is hereby ticket exposed to all the others. And Blitz, playing mind games, brings this back to the 1-round gap.
Are you crazy, Blitz? In a moment like this, you're in the grand finals. I mean, I don't care how many teammates you've got alive. Another knife kill. And to be honest, they needed the money.
Yeah, true.
Maybe he really is he's a chess master, man. He pre-moved this. He's just thinking one step ahead. Everyone else is laughing. He's stone-faced. He's just thinking about the dollar amounts. Look what this gets you. Maybe it's the op for 910 that he drops over.
Knife count 2-1. Mongolz lead.
Yeah, that's the only real calculation.
And all that
it could be
extra
3-1 if you count the knife and the yogurt by Techno.
Okay, sure. For those really tapped in. Yeah.
He did it for the money, guys. Did he drop an op for 910? 910's got 2750. I'm just wondering how he spent that. It could also just account for him having a full buy and something left over. 3 kits into this round. Attack coming towards A. This is getting real. Round 22.
Zinho, it's a blitz in front of him. Donk manages to get through. There's no other help.
He's not on it right now.
They were so dedicated to this B site that the assistance is nowhere to be found, especially with 910 dropping a chance at the shot. So in a round where the Mongols came through with better buys, more nades, and a chance, it's a retake.
No one's watching this
needed.
at all.
Nobody whatsoever. Backs turned by Donk,
Hello?
banking on Zwei. A lineup here for Blitz as the M4 presses in, and it's a long road for Shirou to somehow try to come and open up what is now a smoked off bomb. The Mongols were just given a gift of a retake opportunity.
I'm sorry, but they retake CT all the time.
Nobody holding whatsoever, nobody challenging this defuse. Team Spirit get into that site in convincing fashion and fizzle out just as fast.
If they had an Opera holding from Apex, if they had Shirou holding from Apex to CT, or had ZywOo watching his back instead of everybody staring at connector side, there's actually a chance that they pulled that off. Instead, here's the easy response. 1 kill is enough for Zinho in this spot. Wow. Off the force-ups, they managed to avoid map point.
So maybe they do it without the pistols. Or maybe Shirou's Shirou off as he top frags will be enough, because he needs to be enough, because you've lost Donk on the other side of the map. But listen to the rumblings of the rotate. Blitz has let his guard down. Chopper's gonna tech 9 him. That's a second weapon to now pick up.
Look where the bomb's going.
Oh, there are options here. In a game where it felt like Blitz had the calls over top of Chopper, banking on Shirou again.
You could hear a pin drop right now. CTs just want any information that they can get. Someone could drop out of the window right behind 910. Oh, that's a free op break. Now they'll go.
Far angle.
Oh!
Eagle shot. ZywOo able to cover with the trade. Goes ahead and grabs that op. And while Chopper was never able to get the fruits of his labor, that weapon's still sitting here in jungle. He's gonna find another player with their back turn. And I don't think Senzu's thinking that Chopper has still stuck around this long. But the longer Chopper waits, the less help that the players on the bomb site have. Zontix yet again with just the sidearm. ZywOo doubles back. 3 bullets in that op magazine, and he strikes down Techno. It's a much-needed Senzu clutch, or a robbery of a 12th round here for Spirit, and he is dead to the new gun. A sway double op to get them to 12.
Wow, they absolutely stole that away. It's an amazing opening kill here for Shirou. What a flick onto Mzinho. That looks like actually a very safe peek for him. If Shirou missed, he's pretty much just dead. So that shot, this op is blessed. And then you have Chopper get away with that same lurk that he sent Donk on up to the top of Connector, taking advantage of Blitz inside of jungle. Everything goes wrong here for the Mongols.
Oh, that is a gut-wrenching 23rd round, and they're not going to forget about it if they can't win this next one. 1 kid on the round, 9-10.
To be honest, we've had a lot of boring rounds so far on Mirage because there have been so many broken CT economy rounds, saves on both halves, but this one kind of equalizes it. We got a chance now. Ops on both sides of the board. 2 ops, in fact, for the Mongols. Still a chance to bring it into overtime.
Is that the money that Blitz made? It all adds up. And it could make a difference.
Wow, was that a pre-fire? I swear he actually pre-fired that shoulder. That would be the kind of shot that Senzu takes.
Blitz into Connector, getting peppered by Donk. And Donk was a non-factor in that last round. Remember how Nuke ended. Sudden Donk, triple. Ooh, he gets exposed again, so there's no heroic moment here for Donk.
Nade timing's perfect.
3v5 or we go overtime. And Senzu's got that coverage. The double off comes out and the impact is immediately felt. Shirou's been a god for Spirit, trying to save them all T-side long. 4 more players to topple, 2 of them with ops. He is so pinned into this spot. Senzu waiting, gets peeled off of the play, and there's 20 seconds with a bomb on his belt. If he peeks deep into Catwalk, now he's got a 3rd. Don't you tell me this is real. 15 seconds, and he's gonna go for the kill to just come back.
Can he make it?
The time is gonna come down to the wire, but the time is still there to take it. 4 kills, but on site is Mzinho, and his guard is down. If he does this, it's a god play denied at the final hurdle.
Wow, such a nice try from Shirou with the amount of time left over in the 1v1. It's a perfect move back for the Mongols, and now all bets are off. Here we are in overtime, anyone's game.
To do it without Donk means that you need Shirou. And it was right there for the taking.
I don't think Spirit are going to be happy to be in this position. Another map with both pistols in the bag. Another lead towards the end. This time, Mongols somehow brought this back off a force-up. Their money was destroyed. In fact, if Spirit didn't win that round with Shirou's op shot and that Tech 9 lurk kill from Chopper, this game would be over in favor of the Mongols.
What a masterclass of a round that would have been.
Yeah.
That's what dreams are made of.
I mean, that's the kind of guy Shirou is, to be honest. One of the best clutchers this game has ever seen.
Sporadic CT round wins. The Mongols sprinkle in across that half to get us here. Perfect.
And this is one of them triple nade situations, isn't it? Yeah, he used this versus Matcher and killed him 100-0. Third one in the cache. But a very, very decent amount of damage has been dealt. Chopper got this lure kill on Blitz before with the help of a connector push. Will Blitz get caught off guard again? Donk's been given a lot of rounds to warm up now. 14 and 18 is he.
Blitz losing support. ZywOo trying to make up for it. Double entry, spots the third, and down he goes. Triple kill for ZywOo.
What an entrance into overtime here for Spirit. 5 still alive. Senzu alone, this double op setup absolutely crushed.
Honestly, in Donk's absent in terms of openings, ZywOo has been picking up some of that slack. Up through the ramp into the A site, multiple rounds now. And to do it in overtime means it's all the more valuable. Another moment for ZywOo to shine, particularly on Mirage. It is not the absolute domination we had in his last outing on this map, but that round right there is one to be proud of. You deal with 9-10 swiftly, react while jumping up to Blitz, not an easy reaction to make. Donk gets the assists on those. ZywOo cleaning house to kick off overtime.
(9-10), Senzu, Donk, kind of all lagging behind in this game. Not something you're going to see every map, especially not a Mirage for either of these teams.
They'll lead with Shirou instead. And with the shots he's nailed this map, you can understand why. Donk takes up the mantle, and unlike last round, you're not gonna find that close challenge. We get this double apartments push-up. Ooh, sitting duck, 9-10. Again, going down. No impact in overtime so far. He has been the victim of the 5v4 both times.
It's not a threat from Ticket whatsoever. At least they're not scared of that threat. Donk ahead of his connector smoke as well, which missed.
Zeno laying down this smoke grenade announces to Team Spirit that he is indeed pushed forward.
Yeah, but regardless, look the info that's been gathered already. They've got the flank in place. Mzino knows it's going to be an A-side round. Blitz takes up the op from 9-10.
All right, and
now
it's gonna
that's
get cleared.
Rare.
Check this out, bottom connector player. Ooh, hold on. Techno could have just dropped that ball, but now connector entirely in the hands of the CTs as they scramble into the execute. But it's Spirit coming out on top of these much-needed duels. Zontic's finding one somehow through that smoke. It's a blind shot through the cross. Senzu's intuition is always to AT, but as he continues to
he's gonna reload.
ZywOo's gonna chase him. It's a dink with the USP. Blitz slides forward, and this position, unbeknownst to Spirit, lost them. Again, when you need him, he is there.
That might have been their only round here in OT. If Blitz just scored that for Mongolz and saved them, it'd be another remarkable moment for him where he didn't need his team. Is not the guy you think to talk about in any one specific category other than IGL. But when it comes to clutching, the impact is very obvious.
And stoic as ever.
1v3 at the end of the first half. This 1v2 in overtime.
2 knife kills. This is a resume of a grand finals for Blitz. Tied OT. And the smoke spam frags go back and forth that round. Zontic's out of Palace. Senzu in jungle, as he always does. Ooh, jumbled up on top of each other. That was awkward.
Why did he keep trying to jump?
Blitz moves in mysterious ways, man. That nade as well.
That could have been a money grenade right there. See if that damage matters.
9-10's leaving quite a bit to be desired in overtime. It's the longest he's survived in OT yet. Just trying not to be that opening death, but you know, that nade trajectory goes both directions and Blitz gets a taste of his own medicine. Senzu tries to peek ahead of this connector util.
Oh, that's beautiful. They blocked that instantly.
There's been a lot of jumps from Techno that could have been punished. That's why maybe Shirou's still sitting on this angle.
Blitz one step ahead of this mid control, man. It's just that he's been hit so hard with this grenade. It's really going to affect his duels.
So 45 seconds, Donk scoops up that bomb.
These window lurks have been super solid for Team Spirit. Usually, it implies that they're going to split A. That's what they've been using it for. But Zontix gets a kill out of Palace.
Oh, this is tough for the Mongols because it's going to keep so much attention on A.
I mean, Techno is alone in the club right now over here on B.
Versus Donk and Shirou and soon to be ZywOo. And if Zontix just keeps that pressure up, then again, you can see the Mongols aren't making their move until the moment they look to peel away. He does go to the attack. Techno, it is your time to shine, and Donk gets, finally, one of these instant entries. And even if it did go south, you had Chopper wrapping around through market. Total control of this round coming forward here for Spirit.
Absolutely.
But obviously, they've got to give it a try. And with the clutches that Blitz has posted, you'd think maybe he had something left. Finally, we get around where we can look at Donk and we can see those instant headshots. Because he may have 16 frags, but he hasn't been dominating rounds. ZywOo picking up some of the entry slack in his absence, and Donk here now just trying to close it all out. A 4K in the third round of overtime.
Just gotta always get the last word, just like you did on Nuke. That's a great round for Donk to end on in overtime. The first kill was really the most important. The extra frags after that just frills. 14 rounds as they go into another, our second half of overtime.
Watch this, though. This is what, you know, this is the POV we've all fallen in love with this year.
Yeah. But, I mean, the moment that Zontix got a kill out of Palace and it was Techno alone to B, that's really when the round was lost.
9-10 op duel. Compare him to Shirou. And Spirit have the edge in the sniping department. ZywOo giving Spirit enough of a rifle presence as well that now we get that Donk 4K, and does it mean he is fully online for a CT side that he loves? A position he dominates. Oh, with a nade. Donk is not in his zone, but Zontix looks to make up for it with the cap push and winds up being the second death, but ZywOo again! Right when you need him, he steps forward once more.
Yeah, and that refrag stat is so important. Great trading here. This attack goes over towards the other side of the map. Shirou's cutting off the lurk for Mzinho. He will peek, but played that like a violin. Beautiful out of Mzinho.
Does Chopper stick around? And even if he sticks around, is he able to kill one or two? Because right now, A site's still what they're going for. He catches them unprepared! And he slays both on the brink of that B site. Mzinho, it's a Hail Mary attempt, but ZywOo gives it over to him.
And Chopper's coming forward.
All right.
Mzinho, he can be really smart in these moments. Will he be prepared for this?
Oh, he's gonna jump out through the window, and it looks like Chopper's gonna find his back. It looks like. But you're giving Mzinho now a lot of time to climb up and to grab that bomb. Mzinho with 10 seconds, and Chopper hasn't gunned him down just yet. That's where he's gonna catch him. The pass to the apartments. And in a game where Blitz is finding as many clutches as he is, you know Chopper has to step up in that department too.
And the 2 kills up in B-Apps. It must be refragged. It doesn't happen there for Spirit, or for Mongols. And now they're 1 round away from actually closing this out. Terrible position for Mzinho to be in, right, as that lurker. He comes out early enough to maybe bring the CTs over towards A. That's all his job is. It's not to pull out a 1v1 where the bomb is up in B-Apps and he has to run halfway across the map.
Chopper was starting to scare me with just how passive he played that.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You're just so worried about getting tricked. Like, what if he's watching?
Here we go, full-blown execute into the A play. We've seen good protocols and util out from the Mongols, but Shirou looking to be the showstopper with another multi-frag off moment. And you have given Donk enough runway to get in with his, but here are what are supposed to be the stars, and they shall be cut down at the same impasse. Donk is ready to end Mirage, despite your best efforts, despite your attempt on Mirage. They will not fall like Vitality did. Team Spirit, a 2-0 start in this best-of-5 grand finals.
Extra innings required, but it's Spirit to be knocking Mirage out of the park. Now, just one map separates them from lifting the trophy that lays right in front of us, Maui. That was an incredible map. I wish we had an hour to break down all the plays that went down in that one, but Mongolz, we can see on their faces, left frustrated, heartbroken after letting that one slip away.
It's got us sting, but yeah, so many points of emphasis, so many little bits that we want to break down in this one. So I feel like we should just be diving into this because there are just so many aspects to this game.
Let's do it. Let's go back to the first half because something you were kind of prophesizing, Vu, is you don't love the B-site holds from Spirit. You expected Mongolz to try and punish that. They were doing exactly that on the T side.
I think Chopper has done a serviceable job as a B-site anchor. You can't ask for that much more from Chopper, and later on into the game, he did a pretty solid job of it, especially going into that last round of the CT side. But early on, this is what we were looking for. Mongolz have a very strong B-site hit. They have a lot of utility that works very well. And despite the fact that Spirit had a good idea of what was going on many times here, they had a third player there in support quite a few of these executes. The exec is just too strong for Mongolz, and when they have the utility coming in behind them, their players are so confident taking these lines into the site, they just insta everyone at every angle they're at. I mean, we have the rotate there in time. You have a second player, and Donk rotating in as the third player as well. It's not like Spirit is in bad spots, but Mongolz are just beaming them off the server.
I love the slight variations in their execute too. I think they throw the molly in maybe 3 different places on this one. Sometimes it's at bench, sometimes it's empty pillar, and honestly, it seems like it always either catches somebody or it also just creates new entry routes that they can take. And also, the flash work on it is just crazy. It feels like the first guy is blind over half the time there.
Yeah, it's just so well orchestrated, as you kind of talked about, right? A bit telepathic between the Mongolz as well in terms of these executes. It made for a very competitive first half. Then we get to the end of it. There's 2 ways you can look at this one, Vu. Amazing work from Blitz, or maybe Shirou fumbling the bag a little.
I think I'm happy to look at it both ways, but the thing that jumped off the page that I was screaming about in the green room was Shirou's moment. But the round itself is a great round from Mongolz. They kind of pull Spirit apart a little bit until Shirou, he expects the play through the smoke. He hits the second shot. I think in his mind, this round is over. He's thinking, my team is going to finish it off. Just wait for them to finish it off. But Blitz picks up 2, and then the insane third shot. But the presence of mind from Blitz in this moment, he's getting shot at in the side. He blocks off that angle, turns and catches the player swinging from triple that he knows is going to peek on him. That is an insane game sense play.
I feel like Shirou, in many ways, is the platonic ideal of what I want in an opper. He hits the easy ones, plays fairly conservatively, and then he goes for pop-off moments with the no-scopes. Oh, wait, I'm just describing how I like Simple to play.
It wasn't like it let it unravel for the rest of the map, right? Like, Shirou was really showing up in a lot of these instrumental moments. Sure, maybe a blip on the radar when we're looking at round 12, but he recovered firmly after that.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he was one of the main factors driving force into why this was such a great defense for Spirit.
Yeah, that round 11 we saw a couple seconds ago, that was the only B-site hold they've ever had on that side, I think. And Shirou, in general, when Donk is having an off game, we need Shirou activated and we need ZywOo activated. We had ZywOo activated to some extent, and Shirou absolutely popping off the server with some of these frags, especially later on.
Well, we obviously focused on the approach from the Mongolz on their T side. Bit of a different story when we're looking at Spirit, on the other hand, because there was a lot of focus towards that connector area. Why was that?
I mean, I feel like we saw just one side of the equation where, I mean, Mongolz created a clear game plan. They wanted to focus on Chopper. They wanted to focus on the B side. They love their executes, but on the connector hits for Spirit, it just opened up the map for them beautifully. I mean, I feel like if you have Donk, if you have the common utility, it allows you to just also create a lot of variations too. And whereas in some ways, in my eyes, Mongolz may be more singular in the approach, connector just unlocks the A bomb site in so many different ways, even going all the way deep into overtime where you conditioned the Mongolz to think you're always going for it, and then you just go for the window boosts as well.
Yeah, this is a connector play that they're going for quite often. That you see Mongolz try and avoid. They go for the early round, early on in the half. They were actually going for a lot of aggressive plays in mid. Then they wanted to play a little bit further back and give up the connector a little bit. But through and throughout their T side, Chopper and Spirit in general were just constantly pounding home connector and getting into great positions. And I wanted to highlight exactly why they got into those positions as well, but showing out the way these rounds actually end. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say the way they get into these positions. Mongolz, they play their CT side in a little bit of a different way than a lot of other teams do. They don't always smoke off Palace. They focus smokes oftentimes on towards ramp, which is not the meta way to do things. So if you watch the entirety of this half, Zontix is in Palace every single round, and they're often going for these double lurks out A. And because Zontix is in Palace, he can give support for the connector player. It's really uncomfortable for Mongolz to be in the jungle area to actually defend against those plays. And Zontix can also flash them out of connector, flash the jungle player that's trying to cover the cross. So that's one of the downsides to Mongolz playstyle. They have an idea of how they want to play, but it does leave some openings.
You saw Mazinho just get pinched because of that play so many times. I mean, sometimes he'll be able to just get the one. He's swinging out wall on fire, just gets one person towards ramp, but it's not enough. When Spirit's just swarming onto the bomb site from multiple angles like that, it's just a nightmare for them.
Yeah, super calculated with Spirit to kind of identify that weakness early on. Obviously, we saw Chopper taking advantage of it, but mostly ZywOo managing to get a lot of those entries towards that position, and just so instrumental, so impressive from a player that is so new to the Spirit squad.
For him to actually take it upon himself to look for some of the entries he does while on extremities is showing that he's already gaining a level of comfort for this team that it doesn't look like every single pick he's getting is drawn up. Sometimes he just goes for a swing, takes a fight in a default, and then he's just giving his team an advantage that they otherwise wouldn't have. And frankly, I don't know if Magix would have done that too. So just the one-to-one, I think ZywOo is just a tad more aggressive because he believes in his mechanics so much.
I gave credit to Magix because he was often put in situations where he wasn't expected to get the kill, and you have to respect the ability and willingness to go for that. But ZywOo is able to go for that, but also find the kills. He finds entries constantly. He's one of the few players that can go for a ton of entries in a T side and actually go 50-50 or above, despite having more usage than almost anyone else.
Just to round out the conversation, because of course Mongolz, they do let this one slip through their fingers. Does that give you kind of any warning signs moving on into the later stages of this grand final?
I mean, it's not getting any better. I mean, this is the map that they've taken from Vitality. They've looked pretty, I would say, even just world class. To me, it's their bread and butter map.
There's a big warning sign at the top right of the screen. They're down 2-0. That's a pretty big warning sign going into a Spirit pick. Obviously, they expected Ancient in this map pool, but there's more than a few warning signs.
We rarely ever see reverse sweeps happen in a best-of-5 final, and the time for Mongolz to begin is now. We're going to be diving into Ancient. The pick of Spirit, however, on the other side of this break. The Mongols must turn this ship around now, but rough waters lay in wait because it's the map pick of Spirit. That map is ancient, and it's been looking very solid for them since the addition of ZywOo. What kind of engagements are we looking at for this particular map, Maui?
The marquee matchup has to be Blitz versus Donk, and Blitz has been incredible on this map. In fact, I think he's actually their highest rated rifler when it comes to the CT side of Ancient.
Wow.
He's very frequently involved in all of the opening duels, but we unfortunately could see a little bit of a preview there back on Mirage, where Blitz kind of sacked the connector area, the fact that it was a focal point from Spirit, and if you really are taking these two guys head to head, would I want the best fragging in-game leader in the world, or do I want the best rifler of all time?
Yeah, I think we're taking Donk in that matchup, Maui. I think we're taking Donk, but
Maybe.
so far in this series, one of the things I wanted to highlight is that you're going to have Mongols starting on CT side, and they've been getting run over in terms of opening kills. Mongols have the best CT side in the top 20, and they're the best at converting 5v4s and getting opening kills. But so far in this series, they've been getting destroyed. I think it was 10-5 on their CT side to this T side of Spirit in that last map. It was 8-4 in the first half of Nuke. They were getting destroyed. They struggle when they're down 4v5. They struggle to convert those rounds. They need to find a way. That matchup is a perfect example. They need Blitz taking down Donk, which is going to be a tough task.
It doesn't sound likely, does it? It doesn't sound like something that players are often able to do. Tell me about the Spirit side of the situation when you're integrating ZywOo onto this very map, because it's one of the maps where he had to change some positions from that of Nemiga prior. So how well has he been kind of fitting into that?
Yeah, for Nemiga, ZywOo was the Donk for that team. He was swinging out middle frequently. Now he's lurking towards that B site, but he has been rock steady. This, to me, has been one of the most unprecedented seamless transitions for a young up-and-coming player like ZywOo. To become a brawler to a guy that just needs to be a safe pair of hands on one side of the map. He's keeping space so frequently for Spirit, and he uses all of the spots possible in that lane side.
I actually really like ZywOo on the CT side of this map as well, because sometimes he's left completely alone on his lonesome to try and defend the B site when they're going for mid control, when they've lost Chopper in towards Cheetah, when they've down in situations. We saw so many times against Mouz that ZywOo was the backbone of that B site, actually holding it, going for doubles, and making plays possible. So Shirou in the clutch actually has a chance rather than just falling and they're in a 3v5 and it's just unwinnable.
This is painting a pretty dire picture then if you're rooting for the side of the Mongols. Is this where it ends for them?
I feel like it's unfortunately yes. I mean, I thought Mirage had to be the map for them. If I were to have picked any, I thought that's really just where they get so much of their best work done. Ancient, on the other hand, I almost see a way where this should just be the first pick of Spirit in almost every series now with how good ZywOo's look. I mean, we've already talked about both sides of the map. He looks like he is infallible. Off of the back that the first couple series, he was making mistakes, so he has progressed so rapidly and really slingshotted them on this map.
It all comes down to Ancient. One final opportunity for the Mongols to keep their heads above water at the Blast Bounty Grand Final.
I think Maui's point is very valid. This could be the first pick of Spirit in every single series.
Yes.
And for me, I'm hoping that maybe that's the one silver lining here for the Mongols, that in this best of 5, they would have anticipated this map being the first, and maybe that means there's this new level of preparation that could somehow, some way test them. Because the first 2 maps were truly tests. Mongols could have walked away with either. It's more of their comfort zone, that much for certain. But at this point, they've got to try to grasp for something. And if it's not going to be Senzu, and if it's not going to be 9-10, then maybe, just maybe, it's the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, Senzu 9-10, it's like, okay, Donk wasn't really there for most of Mirage, but Shirou very much was, and you can expect that. Senzu and 9-10, those aren't optional. You need to have them top of the board. That's how they took out Vitality yesterday. You saw the disappointment for them at the end of the last map, and the odds of this series getting flipped on its head go to nearly 0. The only team that's really ever done this is Spirit in reverse sweeping a best of 5, a grand final. Mongols have more than their work cut out for them. Ancient is not a great place to start.
A CT side to work with, but an opening death. And I think the desk highlighted very nicely as well, their inability to win off man disadvantages. Got a molly still for Donk, who then catches the only other immediate B player. That molly is a little wobbly, and it's also all a ruse. It's a fake as they walk into the A site for absolutely free. Donk is going to double back, get caught by the corner, but still react fast enough to kill Blitz. And I just hope we're not living in a world where the Mongols have lost their fight.
You could easily lose hope and lose steam and lose stamina all at the same time, for sure.
But the 9-10 headshot gets that retake going towards sight. Unfortunately, losing his teammate means he's going to have to do all of this on his own. 2 kills to Donk, 2 kills to ZywOo. That's what Spirit are banking on. A tap of the bomb to cause a ruckus. Looking for others, but it's really just this donut post plant, and they are giving him nothing. Oh, this is tough to watch.
Wow.
Late play out of Donk to end it off, and that's the pistol again for Spirit.
I'm really glad that they talked about ZywOo, and we brought it up. It really does feel like when Blitz first joined Na'Vi and how much potential he had before, but how uncomfortable he looked at first. And it's almost made me feel like if you're not at all uncomfortable at first, are you really going from tier 2 to tier 1? Like how aren't you? If you're not having a few days where, provided you're not one of these talents like Donk or super exceptional Phenom, exactly, that there is a learning process and evolution and changes you have to make that should make you better before you get better.
Yeah.
Spirit have a system,
Shooting gallery in the A site. AK goes down, fast reaction for the mop-up, and it's good. Shirou and Donk get them all. I think there's also this other side with roster moves that sometimes people forget. When Robs goes to Vitality, we're not talking like a ZywOo to Spirit. It's 2 potentially championship teams, but it's one who's making a gap up in tiers of Counter-Strike. Robs coming in and slotting in so quickly, I feel like when those kinds of roster moves happen and they succeed so fast, it then puts an extra bit of pressure when we deal with these kinds of roster moves. Because you look across the board and you think, well, Vitality got instantly better. That is the player caliber that Robs brings.
And ZywOo might be that one day, but,
As a teenager, to step into a team that's supposed to beat the most winning team in CS2 history.
And now he's on the team that has the longest streak currently. He has not lost a series with Team Spirit.
Must be nice.
And it might be 2 best-of-5s in a row as well without losing a map.
Unreal.
And before it was getting carried, now it's doing the carrying.
Yep. Or even just picking up in the rounds where Donk can't do it all. That's really all you need from him. But Donk, on these angles, on Ancient, is a whole other beast. And so, as you've become accustomed to the instant headshots in Red Room, ZywOo doing his best Donk impression with the time to kill in Cave. He'll peel back as there's no overcommitment yet from Spirit.
It's just instant headshots right now. It just feels like no matter what spot Mongolz are standing on, they're not going to be able to find a way back. But does anyone expect to stay stable throughout this? Mentally, it's Blitz. We see the fragility sometimes from Senzu and 9-10, and they're younger and less hours and everything, but
That'll help. Peel one off site, but Galil in the back line's not going to make this any easier for the Mongolz. Smoke's in front of them too, so it's not even like they can just sprint away from Shirou immediately.
Oh, totally trapped. And Shirou goes to the other side of mid. They have to come forward into this.
Donk's going to step up to the plates with, again, a good headshot, a tap onto the bomb from Blitz to try to cause Chopper to panic. And Shirou's now banking on wall bangs.
Whoa, he's not even testing this.
Damn.
That's a huge call out. I don't think Chopper saw anything.
Dead on as well. Shirou continues to spam through wall. No attempt at it for Blitz. So Tuck's tail to save and a 3-0 T-side start for Spirit.
I love that. That's standing on it right there. Chopper, I mean, he could have afforded to go through, but there is a small chance Blitz then could have stuck the bomb afterwards. So nice call out. And this will be the 5th 3-0 start for Spirit in this series.
It's all the pistols, all the conversions. And unlike some of those other maps, now we're talking about a Donk that is immediately to the top of the board. On a map where he is comfortable all the time. 6-1 kickoff. M4 supported by the 5-7 gets the better of the A main aggression. You got Shirou down early. That's obviously the one gun Blitz was afforded to hang on to. And maybe Spirit have to slow this down. Slow squeeze to keep the streak going.
ZywOo oftentimes will walk up banana by himself, take a fight on his own terms. Now waiting for the push to come down towards him. It's a matter of timing, though. He's on the right side of this engagement. He's watching 2 angles.
Now 2 pistols alongside Blitz. Nade out. But he gets his gun back in hand as they go for the boost. And
he got 2.
Still
2
gets Techno.
They'll run right by him. Donk trying to beat Senzu out.
Senzu's got the M4.
And Chopper coming in late is actually perfect versus Senzu. Is he going to turn around?
Plus 910 with the AK over from that A site. That was one earned by Blitz. Got a player locked into the cave corner. Donk fighting it, but back's turned. Chopper, great target prioritization.
Yeah.
Cleans up that bomb site with ease, while everybody else starts to kind of panic on the cave exit.
Yeah, they're moving nice.
Chopper, smooth as butter. So the first gun round in round 3 is a win for Spirit. The single M4 got this round kicked off well, but the nade will end it swiftly. 4-0 secured.
I guess the question is, would Spirit have been able to beat Vitality too in this position with how strong they look? Is there a world where Mongolz actually won 2 maps in this series, despite losing all the pistols? That last one going to overtime certainly feels like it.
Second gun round. Techno versus ZywOo. Solo B play and ZywOo right now. Flash from middle to try to get into this duel, and he'll lose it. A man advantage for Mongolz. This has been elusive so far on Ancient.
Trying to draw out some utility. Great spot here for the Mongolz. Looks like they might press up against the CT re-aggression in middle. And this can help walk out towards B. Oh, that tap! Oh my goodness.
Not to mention another one on Senzu for 93, and the adjustment, Damzinho.
One nade.
I mean, you wanted the fight. You burned him out from behind the box. He was letting you live a little longer.
Oh, that tap was nasty.
Senzu is lucky to be alive as he took that headshot through the face, but off the bricks. And Chopper's gonna finish off what Donk got started. Techno here, low health because of that cave duel against ZywOo. At least he's ahead of the utility, but it's gonna take something massive, or maybe a mistake. Zontic's planting, and he's gonna get gunned down. A little jump spot from A main's not enough. The wallbang comes through from Shirou. 910 announces his presence towards Donut. And a bomb scooped up as 910 goes quiet means Shirou can plant, but back exposed to the CT spawn. Shirou's yet to consider this.
Oh, he's walking in front of the box. Doesn't see him in Donut. Now he might swing it around.
Looks at it once, looks at it twice.
Oh, he's so
now
aware.
locked in on the angle. Smoke grenade. And missed shot from Shirou. It's going to be a bit of panic here. 5-second stick. He's going to nade it open with the Glock and still not finish his kill. Too much panic. A little frazzled. And that opens a door slightly for the Mongolz.
To be honest, he actually played it well. Like he still threw that nade out, had the Glock, and just didn't get an extra bullet in. But 910, nice wraparound. Even though Shirou calls out his spot, and there's that tap again. And the tap through the top step as well. And the flick over, man.
What a monster.
Oh, see how hard that is for 910. I think that was his last bullet. Still nice, just toss the flash into Donut at least to put the plant down on the other side and gave themselves a chance. First time out, call for Spirit.
Shout out Techno 4K for gunning down the bomb planter. Bought his time very well.
And again, throughout this event, Spirit have not really had good T-sides on Ancient, and still just absolutely crushed on CT. So they've nearly done the job already.
Stuck in now. Donk's got your number. He's also got teammates behind him, but oh my god. That was, to be fair, a very tagged up Mzinho. I'm not sure how much
Brand
health.
new stankin' street sweeper.
Zontix softened it up so that Donk can just try to track while fully blind. Ears ringing, head spinning. Donk with another double. And you could feel it coming off the start of this T side that Donk was not going to let his score sputter out like it did in the first 2 maps of this Grand Finals.
Yeah, he just started blasting.
And I don't think he's going to stop.
Yeah, he's killing indiscriminately here.
Spirit will group it up and find a vacant A site. Mongolz just hoping to keep a few guns. What is it about Donk in the middle of Ancient that just always leaves me so shell-shocked?
As first, it's the way that he can pivot. He can dodge flashes, turn back around like 180, mouse in the middle of his mouse pad, aims perfectly because that's the hardest thing to do when it comes to mid takes. You have to come out on your own teammates' flashes, and a lot of this is set up too. You know, who's flashing and when and what teams you're playing against. And Donk has to weave those. And sometimes you eat the flash and he still gets a kill like we see there. So those 2 situations, you have to be able to win versus HEs that are going to take you down 30, 40 health every single time you come out middle. Who better than Donk, who has some of the best instant headshot kills possible. That's why he gets so many multis. So in a world where it's very favorable for Ts to try the mid takes with their riflers running out mid, despite the nade damage that will come, despite the flashes they know that will still come, who is better than Donk at doing both of those things, dodging instantly and instantly hitting headshots? This round actually puts that both into a display perfectly. That first shot, if it wasn't his first bullet, would have meant Donk gets neither of those kills.
You can see the backup protocols behind him as well. 2 other players not blind, but it's the fact he does it without them. Blitz is just gonna crank this one. Flies towards lane,
No.
but oh my god, how is he still alive?
I don't know.
Second player in Chopper just tries to bail out, leaves ZywOo untraded in a round where it looked like Blitz should have got slapped upside the head after tracking to the wrong player. We go 5v3 with a smoke up, so fighting fire with fire here in the 7th round. But this is what we say when it comes down to the Mongolz. They may be trailing 5-1, but as they start to lose, they don't get slower. They don't shell up. You just see these sprinkled in, calculated acts of aggression. And here in the 7th, it works.
Yeah, they don't get safe, they get angry. But this isn't a save yet for Team Spirit. They are actually organizing towards A. There will be some pressure on Mzinho. I think he might be playing tall box if he can get over there. We'll see. No, actually, right now behind Big.
Not allowed to cross. He'll hold the angle as they come out. Owns. And then you catch the other 2 unprepared for the swing. So perfect round coming out of the Mongolz, but
that's really cool because I feel like Blitz is actually in a spot where he didn't even have to. He didn't have to. Did he have to adjust for that kill?
I don't know. He was CT. What I do know is that in absence of 910 and Senzu, we're talking about the best fragging in-game leader yet again. And the desk said that if that's what you're banking on, you're not going to win.
Yeah, I think. I mean, he can carry in some ways, but Senzu and 910, like the very minimum, you still have to have a core. So it's like Blitz, great, he can be part of the core, absolutely. He can be the 3rd best player on this team. Mzinho can be 4th, and they'll still win. Like he is good enough that those kills are impactful enough that we saw the clutches, right? Yeah. We've seen entries, we've seen lurks. He plays connector on Mirage. Like he has important spots. He gets lots of kills. His individual level is just as important as, and more important than many other IGLs, most of them, in fact. But you still need to have a core, and a core in Counter-Strike is 2 other players. These days, it feels like you need 4 to compete in the top 5, but 3 is the minimum.
Oh, it's a little more than.
So no, he can't do it alone.
In this buy, 3 rifles for Spirit, but turns out Mongolz have done enough to keep that economy all invested for round 8. Zinho peels back. Zontix on the charge. Oh no, he gives his back up. Now he's a little bit frazzled as he goes back. Swings in, off over towards A. 910, you've got to kick it up. You've got players inbound. Perfect flashbang in order for them to get out from Donut. Zontix to the Temple challenge, drops it as Blitz is trying to charge outwards alongside Senzu. And Blitz is gonna do it all if he has to. Every round, finding a way to put his name on it. Shirou catches one, but Techno right there in the same place as his dead leader leaves Chopper smoked off 1v2. He can go for the spray if he's got this lineup.
He has it.
Oh, he does indeed. Instant headshot on that. Now trying the other side of the bomb. Chopper, you gotta push. And he doesn't even test it.
No, he didn't get on it.
Oh, the
He
step
got
got him off. Does he spray? A second time. He'll jump back on. Does he get it?
This one comes down to the wire, but I think he got it. Oh my goodness, Techno. Whatever. He did the math. That's
That was like a sub 1 second each time, so shout out Chopper. Just giving him the footsteps. Imagine being his teammates watching that go down.
Yeah.
Hearts in your throat, but okay.
And that's it. Cleans house. All the money's gone for Spirit. Good trades there for the Mongols. Let's not think too much about. That was his job finished, man. Maybe Chopper tried to he tried to reveal himself without having vision. You know, just to see if he gets right to the end of the smoke. I think he did that as well on the B site. Remember when he was at the top of the smoke?
Okay, yeah, when he jumped
So
at the top of it.
he was literally just trying to reveal his shoulder or something and bait a shot.
Show a little ankle.
Yeah. Because with the CS2 smokes, you can tell with the darkness. Now, okay, Mongols, just don't lose this round. You put themselves, you know, Techno's got you in a great spot now with that clutch. Oh, okay, it's 9-10, man. Oh, it's too many shots that he's just not on point today.
Oh man, you're letting these pistols get real close. Good on him to take the risk of peeking back out. Techno knows that he's in for a hold and a half because backside corner and closest support down. It's only the one out of Techno. Donk and Shirou Zontix, the digs across the B site. Techno puts you in a golden position to try to get this CT side back up, and now Shirou's just hitting another. The pistols come through when 910 misses the cave shot and lets them get that 15 feet closer.
I mean, I love that you pointed out because some would say, well, he gets away, he only takes damage. But as soon as you give up space, you create opportunities, and that's all the T's are looking for is a little bit more space so they can get out to better angles. And they found that. And yeah, it's a huge knock-on effect. But your op is only going to have a setup position, a fallback position, and one more maybe before they get smoked out or have to rotate out or whatever. You don't want to drop that first opportunity. Not when you got pistols like Spirit have. Not in a moment like this. 2-0 down in a series. You could be 2-0 up in. A chance to basically equalize in this game after you win a clutch. And now your opponent's running away with a T side that they don't even rely on. Straight up. Nine10 had regrets about his performance versus Vitality the first time around. And to be fair to the Mongols, you know, it's their first best of 5. And so every sort of new challenge, it has its own set of expectations and circumstances and will take a certain amount of reps to get through. They got that revenge versus Vitality. I'm sure that was sweet. And I'm sure it was so nice for 910 specifically to feel that ability to win versus the #1. But now it's like a new set of demons.
The list of successful firsts for the Mongols is a long one.
Yeah, that's true. And as a team, it started within the last 12 months. They've just been knocking down a whole bunch of challenges that most rosters will never be able to do, even.
And there's no shame in the first 2 maps of this first best of 5 for them.
Yeah. Besides the pistols. It's the one thing you're going to think about the most, probably. You know, how could we have done that better? Oh, did we make any mistake? Did we choke on the pistols?
Yeah, 13-11 and an overtime loss with 0 to the 4. Hell, just win one. Win one of those maps, extend play. Get a map in a BO5.
Put yourself in a spot where you can afford to lose action.
That is what could have been, and what felt like could still be, with that techno clutch and the advantage in the economy. Don't want to write it off too soon, but Shirou out middle supporting Donk as he will finally go down with nothing. Leg shot on Mzinho.
Crazy find. Pushed him back, and Zinho immediately reaggresses, though. Real smart. He knows now this is going to be B. They all know, in fact. Techno will back up.
As the cave player pushes out.
It should be a foregone conclusion.
Oh, careful now, Senzu. Your teammates have both made safer decisions. Oh, Mzinho tries to then get it, but Zontic's prepared for another layer of defense. Fast moving from mid. Senzu tucked in behind pillar. He's losing all his team. And Shirou just keeps this so sharp. Spirit, keep this so sharp. 910's had some solid op shots, but not this one. Doesn't even get a chance to fire. It is yet another round for Spirit.
Brutal. This is the collapse, right? You have the golden move. Like, methodically, Mzinho coming back out of Donut after getting tagged that hard. Spirit, under 40 seconds, have to make the move over towards the B site. He makes the reaggression. You just have to buy a few more seconds. One guy on site has to get one kill, and suddenly this round's over. But they can't do it right now. Donk's online. Shirou has been so consistent throughout this final.
Pistols only for Mongolz, so they can make mistakes like that. Spirit flashing themselves, coming up middle. Senzu hoping to rattle ahead with the Desert Eagle. Mom sits outside of that doorway. Could have been a key kill, but there's so many pieces here ready to go for Spirit. Shirou gonna even keep this cave challenge going. That's an op delivered over. Oh, Techno a second. And he grabs the op. Gets into the corner, but missed chance at the third, and you know Donk is just so bloodthirsty that he's gonna run up into that site. He knows you're gonna try to take that angle to be the hero for this round, and so everything just gets shut down on by the sheer pace of Donk, and we can finally say here on Ancient, he has arrived in this best of 5.
Yeah, that's one thing he does well no matter what. It's get around at the end. Did it at every map, and now it's just like the last map in general. Nice try from Techno, man. Those 257 kills into the instant op upgrade, try to scoop it up right in between. And if Donk, exactly, if he wasn't so bloodthirsty, Techno would have been more prepared to actually turn that into 3.
It's a sad reality that starts to burrow into the back of the Mongolz' minds. This fleeting feeling of a grand finals. It was one thing when you were in it on the first 2 maps of play, but down 8-3, 0-5 in the pistols, knowing that you will need that 6th to even have any kind of a challenge on a map where you are outclassed. But they keep trying. You know, the Mongolz is a team that has gotten beat up, but always stand back up, dust themselves off, and impress us, sometimes merely one event later. Right now, they're running away from that B site, trying to get ahead as the mid play is announced. Smoke fades in Red Room. And this is looking like a 4th for the Mongolz. Again, 0-5 in the pistols. The next one, damn near necessary.
Yeah, better late than never, but never late is better.
And Zontix hears you jumping around. Just whatever you do, don't go into that pistol by throwing this 4 versus 2. And it looks like 910's got it locked in. Zontix in the corner of Red Room. Challenge from both sides, and it is indeed that 4th. But if the Mongolz don't have a pistol in them, then I don't think they have a chance in hell in this BO5 finals.
I think minus Magisk plus Koyosuke is a no-brainer.
Instead of mages, it's young blood and amazing firepower.
I'm not sure if it was needed that much for them. I think Magisk was a good option.
I don't think he's been playing his best, and I think that Koyosuke is just an amazing prodigy.
Koyosuke showed in the first tournament that he has the potential to be a really good player.
It's going to be quite tough for them at the beginning. You're dealing with a star, a star, a star. It's tough for the rest.
Honestly, Koyosuke is all aggressive players, so you need like do some balance between this.
The problem is that Tesses just switch on the anchor position, so it's a new thing for him.
I think Tesses has always been doing a good job, but I'm not sure if he's the anchor that they really need. I don't think they have that anchor presence like Magisk had before.
Obviously, Nico had to give up some of his roles, which is a big hit on him. Who knows, maybe he will become the best in his role as well.
You have to figure it out on your own. You cannot take a template of another team or like phase 2018. It doesn't work like that. You need to slowly figure out.
Every player have the pressure, but he showed at the first tournament he makes silence a lot of people.
The moment they got Koyosuke and everybody expected them to fucking win everything, so I think it's also tough on the players to handle the pressure.
He finished 1.4 rating, so I think that he's a crazy talent.
On paper, it sounds like a very good change. We will have to see if it actually works out.
With Koyosuke's firepower, you only get better from this point, in my opinion.
The all-elusive pistol round is what we're waiting to see if Mongolz can win or not. Problem is, they weren't able to catch those when they could have capitalized on a not-so-hot Donk. His impact still no doubt. Over back on Nuke, you know, we had that 3K in the fire to close out. It's not like Donk disappeared in this series, but in this game, he just comes flying off the press on that T side. 0-5 in first rounds for every half. Time to make it different. Donk is going to be caught by the sheer sprint down through the red room. He's got so many teammates crushed. And in fact, of all the pistols, this is almost the one that goes worse. Shirou's Berettas are going to seal it 5 players strong. Spirit too strong.
That's a team that knows they're going to win the round. The way that Donk ran to CT, they knew exactly how to set up for that exact window pop. Donk threw this nade as he was running out. Didn't have to hit anybody. He had all of his teammates here ready to catch the slack. It's absolutely perfect. That is 6 out of 6 pistols in a row for Spirit in this series.
Typical round 2 for Mongolz, double Desert Eagle.
And unless an eco happens, it will literally be 3-0 starts in every single map so far as well. Both sides of every map.
$18 rounds in total, just off pistol wins. Mongolz haven't broken through with lesser weapons. And Zontic's gonna let Shirou have a taste of it all. Donk, of course, never too far off, comes in with the last one. Yeah. But, you know, these were the kinds of rounds, these half buys, where we saw Mongolz versus Vitality pull it over top of them every once in a while. Really has not been a feature of this series. They've gotten kills at times with those moments. They've made Spirit a little shaky. but it hasn't cost Spirit a map, let alone this series.
So there is the save. No plant that last round into a buy up now. It's very solid looking. Mongolz know they've got to get it together and fast.
Donk happy to duel. Senzu gets traded though.
Nice refrag here for Zontix. Mid-control still taken over by Mongolz with the window smoke. Nice and plump. CT's getting active, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge for Chopper.
They have so big of a margin of error.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, do you take that risk otherwise? I mean, it's just such a big gap that he finds. I say big gap in terms of opportunity, but like the window to grab it is so small.
There we go. That's what they need. Somebody to crack the whip for the Mongolz. It'll be Mzinho. ZywOo. No shadow scene. Here's the bomb being planted. No, wait. What? Wow, Chopper.
Yeah, that's
what we're talking about when it comes to margin of error.
Yeah, that's...
Like, Chopper's supposed to be one of the more level-headed players on this team. Now, bomb gets away at 50 seconds.
It can go back. Shirou is actually thinking about getting to Donut so he can cut this off, but Mzinho's coming back. ZywOo is waiting for his rotation back, even if Shirou leaves.
Ooh, but ZywOo starts to sprint it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Now, ZywOo will get so far away that it's not like Mzinho can kill him.
They want to delay the plant, but ZywOo knows now, yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Oh?
He didn't confirm that. No way.
Oh, no ZywOo.
Oh, boy. Again, we've got a chance.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
It's a sad realization as they'll run back in. Will ZywOo clear all the donut corners? Right now, letting his guard down. Oh,
no, he
this
missed.
shot! They cannot afford this because Blitz only have 1 health. And maybe 1 health is enough for 1 more round. Flash deep, ZywOo takes a wide angle. The flash is perfection. ZywOo sticks it all the way and robs it from beneath Blitz's nose. It is insult to injury as we get late into this game. Mzinho, with a back turned, doesn't get the kills, and you see it.
Yeah, it sucks because it's a moment where like no opportunity was present. Then maybe Blitz's call, maybe his rotation creates one, and then it's dropped. Look at this move from Chopper. And as much as it is confidence and everything, it's actually not rash because in that spot when he gets the kill, no one's gonna watch the molly that's fresh on that run through. Now the smoke's coming up on CT. There's actually no chance to go for the plant again. It is just a good move.
If the nature of the first 2 map losses was backbreaking, then this one's starting to feel soul-crushing.
And that's how you win with a heavy hand, right? You don't actually just keep playing standard and let the other team adapt to you. You start throwing in confidence moves when the other team is just figuring out how to catch up to themselves. And you love to see that from someone like Chopper, who for a long time, you know, he's had his moments like where he's gotten nervous and he's not been able to find himself in really big games. That's just not the case anymore. Spirit to #1, Chopper leading the team.
He's caught wind of this, but Donk's gonna go down with nothing. Chopper chance to shine. Oof, good move from 910, but the Temple player in Zontix has still got a chance between both sides of the attack. Player gets out though. He'll soften him up with a nade and not finish it off. So now 910 still sitting towards CT spawn. And again, gun rounds are still to be played here by the Mongolz. They'll break through in the 16th to give us a little more action in this grand finals.
All right.
Bomb has been planted.
Did you actually bait this put? Oh my goodness. I thought Techno saw him.
I was gonna say, the knives are done, right?
No, Shirou alive, I don't know.
You know, this is Mongolz trying to walk a straight line, balanced, 1 foot in front of the other. And these aggressive moves from Chopper to just pounce on them like that is just meant to keep them off that balance.
Yeah.
Don't let them find any comfort. And so 2 players survive, half health. You know, good on you. You got Donk down with no impact this round. And 910's cover was just excellent. Catching Chopper like that so that the second CT player doesn't get mowed down in the same spray as Chopper's 1 kill. So there's something there to believe in.
It's for for what it's worth. It's a great peek here. I like how Zontic's approached this. He got Mzinho down to 54 health with his HE. Really made that second trade possible. Would have been a heroic effort over on the A site, but it's nice to see Mongolz able to get back into this game at least somewhat.
Oof, gives it up. There is a dangerous looking donut setup between Shirou and Donk in there. But it's not like the other parts of the map are without pressure. We see that flash. ZywOo making it a little awkward, but utility comes over top. And if the Spirit pistols getting inside of Cave were enough to take over this B bomb site, then I believe the Mongolz rifle should too. Oh, but ZywOo goes swinging in and drops one, so it's not all entirely free. Bomb now to follow Senzu. It's Blitz in pursuit, but a push onto the pillar here from Chopper. SMG holding top ramp, knowing that Cave is compromised. Swing starts to come out. The SMG on the smoke gets stopped by Blitz, but that's still a bomb yet to exit out from Cave. 35 seconds. Wallbang's trying to find Chopper, looking to chip away at his health, and he is still somehow standing, distracting for Donk.
At the dink.
And 9-10's op comes through. But now it's Chopper, still 35 health, and he is there to end it. How does Chopper dodge death for that long from that many different directions?
You can't explain it, man. You can't explain it. You just have to watch and appreciate it. Chopper right there jumping out to replace the anchor that they thought when he was dead that this site was wide open and that they could use their smokes. No, he was a huge distraction. They can't spam on the back of default. They had to come out and try to scale. Banana was smoked this whole time. Clock was ticking down, and Chopper knew that time was on his side. But just enough for Donk to come through and get the highlight. But it really was all Chopper.
Now Pistol's gonna try to gun him down. This is the Mongolz classic. This is what have gotten them into openings before, but 3 players to exit A main in the face of a team Spirit that is playing like a team very quickly after replacing a player who was instrumental to their run back in Shanghai. Magic's shoes are not easy to fill, but ZywOo has done so. He has found impact throughout this playoffs, through this run, dispatching of their challengers and keeping a good amount of distance between them and Mongolz in the finals.
Yeah, it's a slow onboarding process. It feels more akin to Jabby coming onto Heroic or Bit coming onto Navi. It looks healthy. It looks like it's moving in the right direction, even though it was touted as a risk. This way we saw from Namiga is starting to show on Spirit.
They're gonna make him work for this because he's now left alone for a second. Donk takes it over to the red room as the bomb gets boosted up green. So ZywOo's got another chance here in Malta to shine. If he can pull this off, he's got Donk by his side. You trade out Donk, and this game is yours. You can be the guy to close it. And so he will, with Mzinho's bomb dropped out in the open. Senzu, from not a position he's too proud of, not finding his game in this grand finals, the final player to fall. Back-to-back champions in 2025, from Cologne to Malta, from Bounty 1 to Bounty 2. And an onboarding process criticized because Magic's a fan favorite, felt like it wouldn't be easy to replace. We've seen it now. His best game on Mirage for ZywOo gives us a reason to believe in a Spirit that is still in the process of building.
Yeah, and Zontic's picking up a win here has got to be special. And for this team, we realize the system and the organization may be bigger than any one of the individual players because they found it and made it fit in a way that you couldn't expect. No series lost since ZywOo has joined this team, and that comes with a Cologne. That comes now with a Bounty. And that opens them up to the rest of this season, where there is still a major, where there are still big S-tier events left to win. Vitality end the first season, the best season in history, and somehow Spirit are right there and now in the #1 spot in the world.
They're waiting for Vitality to step back into grand final so they can take a piece out of them, but Vitality nowhere to be found. Instead, I present to you
the Blast Bounty 25 Season 2 champions, Team Spirit.
Chopper, 2 events since the break, 2 grand finals, 2 best-of-5 victories here, 2 trophies for Team Spirit. Is the Spirit of 2024 back in action?
I don't know, we get some lucky and we get good shape. Let's see what we're doing next.
Now, I keep asking you about him. There's one thing that changed. There's this young guy, ZywOo, who's coming in. We've seen him blossom over this event, from just holding his own to dominating on maps. What is he changing about this team?
He gives us more freedom, more firepower, and more flexible.
That flexibility, we've seen different looks. It's not just been the Donk show. We've had Shirou, we've had ZywOo, we've had Zontix, we've had you carrying on maps. Is this a flexible Spirit that's ready to contend with any challenge?
I don't know what doing next. We can try to win every tournament where we play, but let's see what happens next.
I'm curious to hear. Last season, it was the story of Vitality. You haven't actually met them since Lisbon. Are you waiting for that test, for them to make it far enough to actually challenge you in one of these finals?
We try to do that.
Donk, I've got to ask you a question. One more interview here. Once again, you've dominated, but this time it wasn't just you. Do you feel that this is a Spirit team now that has more building around you?
Yes.
Can anything stop you?
I hope no.
There you have it. Spirit reborn. Can anything stop them? Malta, your champions, Team Spirit!
Back-to-back flawless best of 5. Spirit were absolute demons in the server tonight, and I love what Mike alludes to there. It feels like Spirit of 2024, the ones that won IM Katowice, the ones that obviously won the major in Shanghai. Feels like they might be returning, Maui.
They look revitalized. ZywOo has been a shot in the arm for them in terms of not necessarily the scoreboard and what it looks like for him as an individual at the end of it, but it's that on any given round, you can count on ZywOo to change the face of a few of them. The way that he's able to find entries, slither through to defenses, it's sneaky, it's tricky, it allows Chopper to have a new tool in his shed.
If you want to look at ZywOo in one way to see the positives he brings, it's really the opening kills he can get on the T side. Because Magix, he went for the plays, he was put in situations, but he generally wasn't all that successful, while ZywOo, as his replacement, actually finds a ton of success in those opening kills, even ones where he's supposed to be losing them. He can be a good B to Donk's A on going for openings, and that gives them so many different options.
It's an absolutely incredible outing when you consider ZywOo literally just joining the side of Team Spirit. We talk about the fact that they won IM Cologne, and then they do it once again here in a space of just a few short weeks, Maui. It's exceptional what he's been able to put on the server and translate immediately into results.
The progress for Spirit is seemingly linear. That's what's got to be terrifying for everybody else that's playing against them now, that is in the running as contenders. Teams like the Mongolz, there was a chance for them to probably beat a team like Spirit 4 months ago, but this version of Spirit with ZywOo finding those entries on Ancient, I mean, he was terrorizing the players on the Mongolz towards that B bomb site. So now it's just such a scary look because you think you can avoid Donk on one side, and then ZywOo, he can hold his own
round 2 on the other.
Yeah, there was a time when you look at Spirit and you're thinking, counter Donk, Shirou's a little too passive and Shirou won't be able to get anything done, then we can go from there. But now you're looking at a Spirit squad where they have Donk, and if Donk's not activating, ZywOo can still get the openings for their closers in Shirou, and for now, for Zontix.
Shout out to Chopper throughout this series as well. Some exceptional calling, particularly when we're looking at the T side now, being a little bit more tricky to be working around, and particularly on this map of Ancient, which is just seeming like such a strong pick for Spirit.
This is, I don't know, they picked it second in the series, but I feel like Ancient's got to be their home map. This was so dominant. We were saying it in the pregame. In my eyes, this probably should have been their first pick, but for Chopper, he's got to relish the fact that he's got the new tool in ZywOo. But I also want to just give a brief shout out to Holly. I feel like Holly, too, is coming up with so many of these game plans, which has proved so effective for Spirit. Yes, a lot of the focal points are around Donk getting some sort of space, but he's definitely given enough room for people like Shirou to get his own openers when he's going for those contact plays with the op, or for ZywOo to poke and prod on his extremity.
I want to echo that exact same sentiment, because for so much of this year and part of last year, you would have teams and players in interviews, they would say Spirit, they don't run a bad game plan, but they run a simple game plan. You know what you're getting out of them, you know the looks they're going to give you, and they do it well, but it's basic and that we can game plan against it. But now you have, I think in the last couple of events, Spirit have really shown the ability to adapt very heavily to teams, to give them different looks, to show different things that you weren't really expecting coming out of Spirit. So even with the player change, I think the adaptation of their strategy is the most impressive thing to me.
Call me crazy, but I imagine, I'm theorizing here, Maui, this will be another Donk MVP, and it will be his 10th MVP in total in his career. He's just fast stacking them up, right?
It's pretty safe to assume that, Freya. I don't see any way that Shirou could take it from him. Sure, Shirou had that one great map on Mirage, and honestly, I think during the online portion, Donk might have actually lost some of that claim, but the way he bounced back throughout the playoffs on LAN in Malta is just par for course at this point. It feels unbelievable to even say that a player that has such a role that has really been, you build up what the most impactful player can possibly be, and I don't see how you craft anything other than what Donk does in the server, getting entries for the team, being able to play out mid-rounds incredibly well, and it's a player that you could devise an entire system for, and he will always seemingly deliver.
Listen, if we were playing golf where you have duos and you take the best shot, then we might be able to combine ZywOo and Shirou and say that together they had the most impact. They could be the MVP. But the reality is, one player, it's Donk. And even for an event where they didn't play that many best of threes, Donk had a negative best of 3, the first he's ever won with Spirit. While being negative, he still ends with something like a 1.48 rating. Like it's actually unbelievable that going into this, you could say this is an off event for Donk. He still ends by far the highest rated player.
And I'm ignoring one of the most interesting small details that we picked up on during that trophy lift. Zontix stepping on forward and being the one to be hoisting the trophy first. If that doesn't, allude to maybe the rumors potentially being true, I don't know what will.
I love that Spirit give the honors to their gatekeeper of various bomb sites, the body shot legend, the stoic king, the heartthrob of Chinese girls on social media. Everything about Zontix has created such a great persona, and whatever happens after, I just hope that he lands on his feet, because he is honestly such an incredible player. Honestly, I feel like he was, we were so drawn to the ZywOo story, and obviously it's so hard to avoid talking about Donk and Shirou, but Zontix held up his end of the bargain so many times.
I can't imagine that he won't have a ton of offers coming his way. If not, have they already happened, right? Vu, like surely this is, if this transaction is going to go ahead, somebody is going to be putting their hands on it.
I'm really interested in how this is going to work out for Spirit themselves, to be honest, because you look at it and you can say Tenir for Zontix is an upgrade, but when you have something that's working, you don't want to change that. We saw it happen with ENCE with Alexi B. They replaced Alexi B for an upgrade in theory. Went really downhill for them back when they did that. Zontix for Tenir, in theory, Tenir is an upgrade, but I don't think they were expecting to win back-to-back tournaments when they did that one.
No way. I mean, I feel like if Spirit knew this was going to take place, that you're going to take Cologne, that you're going to take the bounty, and who knows what happens at EWC, I feel like you would say, maybe we pump the brakes on that one there. But honestly, I feel like Zontix, to give him the trophy lift, it actually made me emotional there. Yeah. It actually was a great moment, and who knows, like the thing is, professional players have talked about this before. You never know when it's your last.
Yeah.
And for the heights that Zontix has reached with this roster, you don't know if this one is his. And so for them to give him that honor, I honestly give a lot of respect to Spirit as a whole, because that was clearly planned.
Yeah, that's exceptional sportsmanship coming out of the side of Team Spirit. Moving back to the ZywOo conversation, is he now in contention for your Rookie of the Year?
No. Relax there. Molodoy's got that. Molodoy's been way too good, actually. Kyosuke could be, actually, depending on how he does in the second half, but I've seen enough sample size of Molodoy to know this guy's serious business. I like ZywOo. It's actually been great. In fact, I would even just say now it's an upgrade. And if anything, that's the biggest praise I could give for ZywOo right now, that to fill the shoes of Magix, who had such an incredible, like, I'm never gonna forget what he did to FaZe. Like, he ruined FaZe on Nuke. He destroyed them on that map in those grand finals of Shanghai. But ZywOo, we'll see if he's able to do it on the biggest stage, something similar, replicate that kind of success. But in terms of consistency map to map, he's been a stud.
Yeah, that's his way, where you have to realize there's levels to it. Molodoy's been around on Furia. He revitalized that team. ZywOo is replacing someone who was a fan favorite, great player, but at the same time, he would need to pull off some Donk numbers to actually overpass Molodoy for the year.
Well, another grand final in the books for the Mongols, and sadly going home second place once more. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Daft Mike.
Mazinho, tough loss here. Best of 5 down the stretch. Spirit were a little too strong today. What went wrong for you?
I think we had the opportunity to win the first and second maps, and I made so many micro mistakes, and that's cost us a loss. And yeah, that's it.
Another step closer to the trophy now. We've seen 2 grand finals for you guys at these top-tier tournaments, again, top-tier competition. This was the first time where we saw you take down one of the big dogs. Do you think this Mongols team is ready to take that next step, is in that upper echelon now?
Yeah, can you say the last part again?
Are you one of the absolute top teams at this point?
At this point, I think, yeah. And we're improving as a team, making the finals, improving as a team. That means a lot for me, and we're gonna keep improving and try to be the same as Spirit Vitality level at every time. So I'm so happy that we're improving as a team and making tournament finals. Yeah.
What do you think that last step is to lift the trophy?
Can you say again?
The last step between you and lifting that trophy.
I think it was experience for me. I'm a little bit low on experience, I think, against these teams. So maybe experience, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate those words from Mazinho, as always, particularly after what was just such a catastrophic end to this grand final, because we're talking about 2 maps that were so close, such entertaining Counter-Strike, and it just felt like it was they were out of gas when we moved on to Ancient.
It definitely blew up in their faces on the final map of Ancient. The first 2 felt like they spent absolutely everything, and after those kinds of attempts, it's hard to muster anymore, especially against what I would argue is Spirit's best in Ancient.
Yeah, that's just a heartbreaking loss for Mongols. And when you look at it, they're wearing their heart on the sleeves. You had Mazinho in one of the last rounds there, miss someone from behind. And you could see he was heartbroken when that happened. It's it's such a lovable team, and to see them lose in a fashion like this, where I think at points they deserved the map. They played so well for so much of that, and to not even come out with a map, to come out, which is on paper, it's a 3-0, no matter how well you played, you can't feel too great about that.
And if they'd have just won a pistol in one of those maps, right? It could be a completely different fate. We could be heading into a map 4 right now.
I mean, how do we even break this down without bringing this up? I mean, to go 0-6 on pistols, especially when you have 2 incredibly close affairs on the first maps, I mean, you got to break these ones down a little bit. I mean, you got to look back, because gun rounds, you played very well. Most of the time on the anti-ecos, barring what happened on Ancient, you also played quite well. And the strategies, I would say, maybe didn't match Spirit in every single capacity, but there's really a case that they played better throughout 90% of the game, but what is arguably the most important round of each half, they fumbled.
Yeah, if you look at this as if it was a best of 3, those first 2 maps, I think they probably won more gun rounds than Spirit did. I think they did an incredible job with guns in hand, and you can thrive off of that. You need to win gun rounds. They're probably the most important rounds other than the pistol rounds. If you can't win a pistol, you need to win a conversion, you need to win a round 2, or you need to win a round 3, and they weren't able to do that either. So as much as we can say we really like what Mongolz did, they just couldn't win the pistol. When you lose 6-0, there's a reason you were losing those. You have to go and find out why and fix that.
And it's such a shame because it tarnishes what was otherwise, you know, some really great game planning coming out of Mongolz, some great individuals firing off. Obviously, I'm kind of putting Ancient in a different category, but those first 2 maps of Nuke and Mirage, super entertaining and some real amazing moments coming out from the Mongolz.
I mean, it was great. We got to see strats versus strats. I mean, Chopper was calling a good game on Mirage. You could argue that Blitz was even calling a better one. The individuals are going to look back at these moments and try to blame them, look at and how to fix all of those gun round mistakes, because that's generally what you think of when a single round is seared into your brain. Mazzino's going to look back at when he was in Dona, when he missed that spray down. But in reality, I think the big macro picture for them is that you just can't win when you lose 0-6 on pistols, because they did a great job on the gun rounds. So they got to really kind of zoom out for a second and just realize, okay, there's one facet to our game that could have gotten us over the line today, and fix it.
If I can give Mongolz a little bit more credit, I mean, that's a 9-10 we talked about before the game. He's their second best player, at times their best player, so impactful with the op. He wasn't really there in the final the way we normally see him. I think he ended with their lowest rated, as their lowest rated player. We saw time after time he was missing easy shots he always hits, but they still brought those maps very close. We had great rounds from Techno. I thought he was their most impactful player for much of this series. We had so many good things going for them. If they just had everything they had here, and sad to say, because I'm sure 9-10 is beating himself up over it right now, if 9-10 showed up the way he normally does, we're going to map 4 100% regardless of pistol.
I can only imagine. Let's just take a moment to kind of take a zoom out and look at the context of both these teams now that we've had a couple of tournaments into this new season. I believe now Spirit are #1 in the live VRS standings, correct? They do surpass Vitality with this win. Where do you kind of place the Mongolz in terms of, okay, massive result, taking down Vitality, making it competitive versus Spirit? Where are they in your standings right now?
The power rankings between me and Vu, I feel like Spirit 1, I'd still want to put Vitality 2.
They have to be 2.
Yeah. Even despite the semifinal losses consecutively. Number 3 is where it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah.
Because in some ways, Mongolz and Mouz have accomplished very similar things at this point. But the problem is that actually, to Mouz's credit, I mean, they did it on a bigger stage in Cologne, arguably. But for Mongolz, you've made it now to the major grand finals, which is the biggest stage. And then you also make it to the grand finals here. So, I mean, it's tough. I'm splitting hairs. I'm off the dome. I'm going to put... I want to put Mouz 3 really badly. I really want to put Mouz 3.
I guess it's been a longer time that they've been up there, right?
Yeah,
like it's a longevity.
I've seen more.
I want to put Mongolz 3, but not necessarily based on the performances we've already seen. I just see Mouz as on a bit of a downturn. I see Mongolz as on the upswing. I think by the next time they meet, I think there's a good chance Mongolz will be the better team and they will take down Mouz. But we need to see a head-to-head. We haven't seen one in a bit. We need to see Mouz versus Mongolz to solidify who really is.
And we also need to see Spirit versus Vitality. It's been a hot minute since that's happened, and maybe, fingers crossed, that might happen in London. That's going to be going down in a few weeks' time. There's still tickets available, so get your hands on those now. London is actually my city. It's kind of your city as well, Maui. In a way, you did live there. Any recommendations for the people out there if they're joining us for the Open?
Just like Zontix on a bomb site, I gatekeep. I'm not telling people my spots. What are you talking about?
Hey, Maui actually has a whole map, so DM me if you want to get the restaurant recommendations from that. Vu, it has been an absolute pleasure to work a desk with you. Have you had fun up here? It's been a great week.
No, I hated it. No, it was great. I think we had a great desk. I really enjoyed working with you. I think we've worked together once a long time
online,
ago.
so we're discounting that. We're not online as Vu. We're LANers. That's what we are. A huge thank you to all of our sponsors, in particular Gaming Malta, for allowing us to call this beautiful studio our home for the past few weeks. And as always, massive shout out to production for making this show possible. We'll see you in just a few weeks at Blast Open London.